We've got the chance to interact. We have got the chance to share moments through social media, sharing the information. And we also thank you, God, for this opportunity, for this materializing this event. Oh Lord, that we start today, oh Lord, talking about mental health. We pray that we always remember we can continue to be hardworking, but even the well-being of the mind is important. We pray for your protection. We pray for your guidance. We pray that you may continue touching our lives, touching our families, and touching those who are within our societies. For it is in Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Round of applause. Thank you so much for the prayer. So today is our last day, and I would really want us to have some energy in this room. So if I say the SDG, then you clap the number of times. Simumelewa. If I say partnership, how many times are you clapping? You are clever students. So let's start. Zero hunger. You have to do it faster. Zero hunger. No poverty. Mtu ameharibu. No poverty. Zero hunger. Clean water. Mtu ameenda 7. Clean energy. All right, let's clap with some energy. Gender equality. Mkorada. Zero hunger. Quality education. You are the ones. Clap for yourselves. I would have said partnership, but tungekwama hapa kama bado mnapiga makofi. So, can I have 3 volunteers? Angel, being that you are an angel, whosoever your spirit tells you to choose, please. But you can volunteer yourself. Start with this young man here. Please come. Yes, walk to the front. So the assignment is very simple. Act one of the SDGs, and then we see if we are at par with what you're thinking. All right? You act any one of the SDGs, then the participants will be able to identify which SDG you're talking about. Who is ready? Hakuna kuhepa. Please come back. You can go first. Move here. Which one was it? Round of applause to her. Awesome. Next. Yes? Mukwe wapole. Hii ndio ile siku. Amuoni hata tumeongeza day kwa hapa chini. This is that day. Next. Ni exam jamani. Quality education ilikuwa rahisi. But why are we doing this exercise? So that we can see how we are translating the SDGs to those who probably have never heard about SDGs. So, on to you. Angel, take the mic. Who wants to make a guess? Ama wanadansia hiyo ipeperushe.
Gender inequality.
Oh, nice. Clap for them. Don't go. Come back here, the two of you. Tell me which one this is.
I have two options, life below water or not poverty.
Who wants to try? Or should I have given him 2 and given her 1? Yes, behind you.
Reduced inequality.
Clap for him. Hapo kuna inequality, si ndio? Finally. Umesahau? Wakili a quick one. This side, life below water. Clap for them as they take their seats. Next time we will come with art and craft things. Then we tell you to make for us SDG 5, draw for us SDG 4. It will be very messy because we will do it practically. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a good one. Round of applause once more. Next, we want to do a recap. Who can guess the theme of our day 5 today? Before we see what we've handled day 1, 2, 3, and 4. It is very obvious. Tukisha discuss hizi vitu zote. How do we make it work? Yes. Clap for her. So which SDG is that? Good. When all has been done and said, the only way that it can work is through partnership. Another round of applause to her. All right. Very fast, I'd like a recap of day 1, 2, 3, and 4. Someone? Anyone? Hakuna kuangalia marks. What did we discuss on Monday? Which SDG did we focus on? Yes, next to you.
SDG 6.
A round of applause. Yes, we were talking about the people. Next, on Tuesday, which SDG did we focus on? Down here.
SDG 4, quality education.
And which one?
SDG 5, gender equality.
Good. And the last one?
The last one.
The water thing we did here.
Reduced inequalities.
A round of applause to him. Very nice. And I told you one way or another, they are all red in color. Good. Then we went to Wednesday. We were discussing about the planet. Who can tell us? A recap. There's a hand on this end. And finally, yesterday, somebody to think on what we discussed.
Day 3 was on the planet, SDG 7 and 13, climate action and access to affordable clean energy.
Clap for her. Awesome. You see, we moved from how do we ensure that people are living in a decent environment, then we moved to prosperity, then we moved to the planet, and finally yesterday, Which one did we handle? Guys, there's a young man in a cape in a blue.
Yesterday we handled SDG 16 on peace, justice and strong institutions. Hizo zingine tuatukumbushe.
Clap for him once more. Thank you very much. So before we move to the next session, there's a lady who walked in dancing. She'll be leading the dance we are about to do. DJ, once you're ready, may we be up on our feet? Correct. May we be up on our feet? Someone is looking very lovely with a Masai something here. Please come. Yeah, a round of applause as she's coming down. Mujitoe, gender balance. Mujilete. Yani, kuja. Come dance with Angel. So you have to do as they are doing. They will be leading us on this dance. DJ, when you're ready. I knew I made the right choice. DJ, we have a request. Moji, did you say? By Moji. Susan Wamalwa, please make your way and join this team. You have been marked to Mekumak. A round of applause as the beautiful Susan is coming to join our dancers this morning. DJ, umepata request? Hiyo ndio favorite ya Susan, anataka kukatika ajabu.
Give me space. I can't receive it.
Energy, guys. Energy. Watu waende chini. Miguu hazifiki.
Wakiuliza, washo increase na jibamba kabisa. Tele na jigamba kwa jiza. When I think about what he has done for me, the blessings coming.
So nashukuru niko sawa. So mina vimbada. Na mpasifa kama kawa. So mina vimbada.
Applause to this awesome team. Oh, I was looking for you. Ladies and gentlemen. Please make your
Amesema
way.
anataka kuja kudance.
Alishapeana request. Please, ajawa. What watu wa Ajawa tunajua. As the DJ is finding Ajawa for somebody, please pause, ensure you take a selfie with your neighbor. One of our rules is that you don't sit with somebody you're coming with from the same institution. And if you sat with that person yesterday, mwambie hapana. Mwambie tumekataa hiyo maneno. So move to a different seat. We want you to network. Today is all about partnership, and we want you to network as much as possible, because after all has been said and done, it is the partnership that will scale us to where we need to go. Meanwhile, mrembos, please start making your way. And it is good Susan is helping you in this session too, because this is her session. Marion, we have been waiting for you. Please make your way here. Marion is already here. Please come. Gender balance. We need one more. Clap for Marion and she's dancing.
Halo, tusimame. Mimi si dansa Jawa peke yangu. Sawa, tusimame. Karo donge mande dalawa. Ani keta jendo kanavi sino to tagara mora wera. Yara matuno. Oh, basma. Kabari kena. Mai chatane atrene mo ko. Mtufuate na moves. Anipeta tengo kananga tino ko pendera wera 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 natingo oh basma the pervinena anira pube chirita na tizio mo
Whoa.
Guys, rapido baby omega korai omega lombay omega korai omega korai omega korai. Guys, and the feeling like this. Nambaya feeling like this. Protecting and attendo. Protecting and attendo. Mapuro baby. Omega korai. Omega korai. Omega korai. Omega korai. Nando binna na kendo, Ramaya binna na kendo, Tatapino ya kendo,
Whoa.
Tatapino ya kendo,
Ziki bila jasho.
Napudo baby, Omega korai. Clap for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Katika maisha hapa Kenya kuna miziki ambayo huwa haitoi sweat. Na ni miziki yenye ikiimbwa ni pesa tu inaonekana. We are happy that we are well represented. Na ni vizuri sasa tunaanza kuweka ile energy. Na energy ikifikia hapa ni kwamba the following sessions will be more of engagement na kwamba tunahakikisha participate. Na kuna conversation jana ilikuwa imeanzishwa kwamba sisi hatukuja tu hapa. Participation ni kwamba our views are being included na kwamba maoni yetu pia yanafikia vijana wetu, vijana wengine ambao wako sehemu zingine za nchi. Kwa wale wanijui, naitwa Madubi Robert kutoka Tana River County, na nafuraha kwamba vijana siku ya mwisho tuko ngangari. So kabla MC akuje, ningeomba kitu kimoja. Kuna ile code ya drive ya zile picha general, so that kama pia kuna mtu picha yake hakupata jana achukue na aendelee kupost. Tunataka kuona mkitag partners wetu na mkitumia zile hashtag, na katika mazungumzo hayo your voice, your input katika Youth SDG Week itakuwa inachukuliwa kwa nguvu. IT guy. Aya, sawa. So kuna QR code mtascan ya drive. So if you have been here since day 1, pictures ziko hapo. Na pia kuna group ya WhatsApp ambayo pia I guess itaskaniwa, mtascan, mtajoin for this kind of information, na kuona kwamba pia tunaendelea na mazungumzo hayo baada ya hapa na kuhakikisha kwamba maoni yetu pia yamechukuliwa. So wacha niite kama unamwona Vicky mpigie kofi moja. Kama unamwona Vicky mpigie kofi moja. Si anapendeza? Si anapendeza? Yes, karibu.
Asante sana. Niliita Mario na dance, akakuwa hadi mwanamuziki. Mulisikia sauti nyororo inayotoa nyoka pangoni. Very nice. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to move to our first session. But before we move to our first session, you know, Kenyans like last minute things. Na nishawapea mwaks. We have goodies today. But the goodies come at a cost. And the cost is us seeing your online presence. So usingoje, ukishaona labda tunataka kupea mtu hapa Mercedes Benz, ndio unakimbia kupost vitu. Post now. Are we together? Take that selfie. Go to our social medias. Post, retweet. Probox usikose kupata Probox, guys. Are we together? At this particular juncture, may we be up on our feet as I invite the moderator for the next session, who will be taking us through a very important discussion this morning. So, may we be up on our feet and just give a round of applause. Lazima dance akikuja. Muki dance ndio anakuja. Aha, naona mtu wako. Susan, karibu sana. A round of applause as Susan is coming. A round of applause for Susan.
Miel Martin, Miel Martin, Miel Martin, Miel Martin, Miel Martin.
All right, thank you everyone. You can have a seat. Good morning. Hello, good morning. It's until all of you say good morning, that's when we proceed. Good morning. How is your energy level today? 5, 6? Hello? Hi. All right. It's a good day that we are going to talk about partnership, and it is partnership for the goals. And I'm going to be your moderator for the session. I'm joined by amazing panelists. But before we get there, I wanted to give a brief background about the Partnership for Goals. And then I will invite my panelists, and then we can have a conversation for a few minutes and proceed to the next session. So when you're talking about Partnership for Goals, we are looking at goal number 17. I'm happy that all of us are aware that this is goal number 17. And it talks about revitalizing the global partnership for sustainable development. The 2030 agenda is universal and calls for action by all countries, developed and developing, to ensure no one is left behind. It requires that partnerships between governments, the private sector, and the civil society, as well as the youth groups and youth organizations, are part of the agenda. The Sustainable Development Goals can only be realized with a strong commitment to global partnership and cooperation to ensure that no one is left behind in this journey. However, when you look at it, not all countries are on track when it comes to implementation of these Sustainable Development Goals. Like, for example, for developing countries, the resources that we have, you find that even distributing among these goals, it is also a gap that we are seeing. So how do we get there? How do we align with also the developed countries? How do we forge partnerships and not just focus on the developed countries to resource our processes, but also explore resources within Africa, in this context we're in Kenya, to make sure that we have enough resources to drive our agenda. So this conversation, I have amazing panelists. I have those that are joined online. Someone can confirm if we have the online panelists. It is going to be a hybrid conversation. We have online panelists, and then we have those who are going to join us here. So I'm going to invite those who are in the room to join us. And this is, I'm going to give a disclaimer because the panel looks like we are going to be all women. It's not by design. We have men online. We have those who are yet to arrive. We are hoping that they will arrive when the conversation is going on. But we are gender sensitive in our processes. So I'm going to invite Miss Lavina to join me on the panel. Clap for her as she comes. She's not yet here. Continue clapping. We will call you and we will keep quiet. We will not clap. I see people are not clapping. Okay, next we have Miss Geraldine. Continue clapping. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is called Miss Asha. She's going to join us. Our IT to confirm to us if we have our online speakers. Who is there? Studio. We have speakers online. Okay, I see Dr. Kinyanjui has joined us, and also Mr. Robert Muthami has joined us. I believe we are going to have a very wonderful session. And I hope that our online speakers can hear us in the room. Maybe if they can confirm. And I'm going to start by then allowing our speakers to briefly introduce themselves, and then we proceed from there. Just to mention that we have very few minutes for this specific session, so we are going to do a conversation for 30 minutes, and then we proceed to give the audience an opportunity to also just ask questions. So please make sure that when you're responding, you minimize the conversation so that we make sure that the other participants have an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to give our online speakers an opportunity to introduce themselves before I come to the in-person speakers. Dr. Kinyanjui, can you hear us? Thank you so much for joining us, and we are inviting you to greet us and introduce yourself. Mr. Roberts, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me? Online, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
I can hear you, Dr. but I think the problem is on the other side.
Oh, we are muted. Okay. Are we muted? We are muted. Okay. We are here. I hope you can hear us. Okay, as the IT person is confirming with the online participant, I would proceed to give the in-person participants an opportunity to introduce themselves, then we can proceed from there.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Oh my goodness, that energy. I feed off energy, and that energy is not giving. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Perfect. So my name is Lavina Alwatch. I work for an organization called Search for Common Ground, and mainly we are implementing an AU program on youth. I'm a lawyer, I'm a youth activist, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Geraldine?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Did you take breakfast today? Okay, good morning once again. My name is Geraldine Mwirure. I am a Senior Gender and Social Development Officer in the County Government of Kiambu. I also lead the Women in Peace Security Technical Working Group in Kiambu, and I'm a member of the African Women Leadership Network, where we work a lot with the young people, especially in the SDGs, and especially in, for me, it's in peace building, how we gender mainstream peace building in countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism in the community. Thank you.
Asha?
Good morning. I'm Asha Bonaya Liban. I work on the intersection of SDG 4, 5, and 16. And I also serve on different boards, which has also given me an opportunity to work with young people like myself, communities, development partners, to build partnership to create a sustainable impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Mr. Vincent is in the room. All right, please, sir, we are just getting started. If you can join us here. All right, as he comes, I want to confirm if online we are okay. Studio, we are okay? Not yet. So we are going to proceed with the conversation, and I'm going to, as Mr. Vincent comes, I'm going to pose the question to our panelists. What does partnership look like to you, and especially when it comes to the goals you are championing in the work that you're doing? Briefly.
If I may. Yes.
Please.
Okay. When looking at partnership, especially coming from the sense of supporting young women, the youth, in terms of prioritizing and advocating for their priorities, partnership for me is three things: co-ownership, inclusion, and locally led. That is not having partnership that is inclusive of everyone. Everyone has a seat on the table. Everyone comes up with the decisions and priorities that they want to advocate for. Inclusion, no one is left behind. Locally led, what is the context of our environment? What is the context of our community? Are we actually prioritizing what we need and not what others say that we need? So those are the three things. When championing for any SDG, it has to be co-owned, locally led, and very inclusive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. To you, Geraldine, what does that look like?
For me, or from where I stand and work, what strong partnership in practice looks like, including the society, the community, and where this partnership is not just transformational, but it is also, it's not just transactional, but transformational, where we're not only transacting, but we're transforming the community. So how this looks like from where I am, it includes what she said, inclusion, where we are including the women and the young people intentionally. And it's also multi-sectoral, where we are having government, private sectors, CSOs, working together towards achieving the SDGs. Finally, it's about trust. It's trust-based, so that we are not just donor-driven, but we are also creating relationships and trust for sustainability. This is what good partnerships looks like for me.
Thank you. And for you, Asha, looking at working in the North and Eastern region, how does partnership look like for you?
Thank you for that, Susan. Just before I answer that, one thing we need to agree is that no single institution or organization can be able to drive any development alone. We all partner, and for us even to achieve the other 16 SDGs, there must be partnership, and in most cases, it's cross-cutting. Coming from Marsabit and working largely in the northern frontier counties, what it looks like for good partnership is, one, working together, especially at the community level. Just to echo what Lavina said, it must be locally driven. It's not just about now, having conversations at a 5-star hotel, here in Nairobi. You imagine which youth in Wajir, in Garissa, in Mandera, in Marsabit will be able to sit at that table.
Yes.
So it must be inclusive, but also not just inclusive to tick a box for participation, but for participation and representation, but it must be something that even all those who are inclusive then add their voice to it. So for me, it's all round.
Great, thank you. As As we welcome our guests, maybe we can continue. Maybe Vincent to reflect as we settle.
Okay, so thank you very much. Apologies for coming late. What partnership means to me, my name is Vincent from the Global Peace Foundation, Kenya. I am leading the Youth and Environment Pillar and also Strategic Partnership. So what partnership means is meaningful engagement for social transformation. So meaningful engagement means when you're looking at the 2010 Constitution, the tenets are already elaborated there on how to meaningfully transform a society or any given intervention, which is one, what are the areas of partnership? It is clearly highlighted in Article 37 or Article 43, socio-economic actions. So those highlights the areas that we need to intervene on. And then when you look at Article 10, the principles of governance and national values, the aspect of equity, the aspect of inclusivity, the aspect of justice. So how can we meaningfully engage the young people or any other partners in the sector? One, it has to be locally led. Locally led transform to sustainability, where without you, that intervention can continue. It also means co-creation, where if we have to intervene, we are not only seeking for funding, but also taking cognizance that is locally driven information, the local intelligence of the community to ensure that they are at the center of transformation. It also be driven by ecosystem support. So when we are engaging, we need to identify who are the other partners who are in that space. Like for instance, when you're doing SDGs, the voluntary national review report, you look at Africa Agenda 2063, you look at the issues to do with Kenya Vision 2030, the other blueprint, and it's looking at these deliverables and targets, how do they interlink with each other, and who can be able to play a part to ensure that those particular targets are not achieved in silos, but it's a collective action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to our next set of conversation, over the years we have seen that when you're talking about partnership, it has always been about the resources in terms of money, and it is not money locally sourced, but then we are looking at the international community contributing to us implementing these goals. And now currently we have a shift in funding. How do we move, or how do we position ourselves to align with the changes that we are seeing for the implementation of these goals? Geraldine.
What I think is that what we've seen is that donor-driven funding is coming to an end in most of the projects. And some of the things we've seen happen is that when the funding ends, this tells us that sustainability was not in the design of the project. So how can we ensure that we are mobilizing funds and resources also within our communities? I remember we were looking not very long ago during the CSW, we were looking at how do we proceed beyond donor funding. And one of the things that came out very clearly from the public participation amongst the different community members and CSOs and government is that we have to start relying on our local funding mechanisms, our philanthropy systems. We also have to bring on board our communities. Most of the panelists here have said that co-creation and co-ownership is important. I just want to put some more stress on that and say that you see those small savings group VSLAs, they're called Village Savings and Lending Associations in our communities. Those small groups that you form make them organized, let them be registered, and you can start simple things like table banking. And when you're doing this sort of saving, you're also able to become a co-funder in projects that involve your community, because for sustainability to be there, post donor funding, post all these monies, project-based fundings, we have to own the projects in our area. So for example, if we are talking about clean water, for example, and say a borehole has been set up in your area, you see in your organized groups and in your savings, then after the whole project donor-based contract is over, then through your organized group, through your savings in that group, you're able to run that project post donor funding. So what I would say is that we need to start looking at our local resources that we have so that we can be able to fund projects even beyond donor funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. You want to, okay.
I just want to emphasize on something that she has said that is really critical for us going forward, is localizing the funding mechanism at local level. Local revenue models and economic incentives are really crucial, just so that we don't rely on international donors every single time. A time that, let's say, a program comes to an end, we keep on looking for funders, donors to come from international communities to come and fund us. We need to start at the local level, at the community level. How can we ensure that we have a revenue stream that is independent from the donor funding cycle? Thank you.
All right. There has been, as I move to the next panelist, there has been a gap even at the local level to access credit. So when we are talking about us moving to locally available resources, how do we get there? Can you tell us how do we get there, Mr. Vincent?
Thank you very much. First, I really want to appreciate what the government is doing. I had the opportunity to be the PA to the late Honorable Ken Okoth, the MP for Kibra, for 9 years. And how we were able to transform Kibra is transforming our geography into a community and making us believe the vision we had. For example, if I use the case study for Kibra, is our mind is not garbage. Even though we are living in a chocolate city, but Kibra is home for talents and opportunities. When we were starting the Uwezo Fund, you remember how it was started? Uwezo Fund was money meant for Iran, isn't it? Alafu vijana wakasema hiyo pesa ni ya baba, sawa? Tukipata hatutairudisha. And then mnapewa hii pesa, mnaitumia, you don't get it back, and then you start complaining that the government is not supporting the youth. Yet, the money has been pumped to support the young people, but it is us, the community, who are not patriotic enough to ensure that when I get this particular resource, it's supposed to help the other person. A case study. We have the Uwezo Fund, we have the Nyota Fund, we have the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, all these funds. But if I look at the Kenya Business Guide, you know how many startups collapse without seeing their first birthday? Kijana ameanzisha job leo anasema, manzi, mimi ningepata tu capital, naweza fungua biashara ingine noma sana. But when you look at the data, what does the data tell you? That of all the new startups that are initiated, only 46% of those startups succeed. 54% collapse. But why do they collapse? Because of 4 reasons. Trying to answer your question.
Yes.
One is limited business knowledge. Unafungua biz because Vinia na run ka salon, na nime run for 5 years, I have a client base, kuna customer pipeline nime create mabishte zangu, Unaonanga tu wana stream in. They're not streaming in because they want to make their hair. There is a journey. So limited business knowledge. Number 2 is lack of ready market. Number 3 is lack of market linkage. And number 4 yenye vijana wanasemanga sana is lack of capital, which comes at the tail end. So now, what do we need to do? First, we need to improve on the knowledge of these young people. If you go to a bank right now, you want a loan. I'm doing cage farming in Lake Victoria. I have 7 cages, over 60,000 tilapia. But when I go there, when I was starting, I didn't know where the market is. I went to Crawford International School, Kigwa Ridge, trying to look for the market. Only to go look for a cooler truck. You know how much they were charging me in a day to deliver fish from Paga Beach in Kisian to Nairobi? Is 100,000. Hiyo mguu ya hiyo gari imepasuka. Hizo samaki zitaenda the following day. Transport ni how much? It's 200,000, right? Yes. So I said, okay, now what do? We said, let's map out the local market there. The market is always there. That's why what we need to invest on to ensure that there's sustainability or locally driven resource mobilization is knowledge. When you're starting that business, do you understand the concept of the business model canvas? Where you know the problem you want to solve, the value proposition. You're not just starting a business, you're starting a business to solve a specific community problem, isn't it? And then is the customer. Like Aleza, do you understand your customer characteristics and demographics? That if I am putting this business, these are my clientele, and these are their taste, passion, and preferences. So to answer your question, yes, I think this goes to the government, especially with the development partners coming in. Nowadays, I'm so very reserved in just applying for proposals. If that particular proposal has no sustainability component of economic empowerment, I'll just let it slide. Because I don't just want to go and do advocacy, and then where will I leave the people that I'm going to solve their problem? Yes. Case 2 examples of a perfect sustainability model for fundraising. You have the Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency. If you go there, you want to train, they'll not fund you. They want to fund an initiative that they give you funding once, and you'll not go back to them again, you want funding. And they're the ones who funded us in the fish project in Kisumu. So looking at the government policy, all the development partners, if their priority are focused on advocacy alone without economic sustainability, we need to review that kind of partnership. And then the last bit, there is an organization called the KCDF, Kenya Community Development Foundation, led by Grace Maingi. They have an initiative there called Change the Game Academy, which is focusing on local resource mobilization. There are 12 modules you go through. So if you go to KCDF, you want funding, you'll have to go through those 12 modules, and then they'll call you to a physical forum like this for a feedback session, and then they'll have a call for proposal, which is very closed to those who have gone through that particular training. So for us to be able to ensure that there is sustainability with regards to local resource, we need to know that the Ubuntu spirit, we the African people, we have the power, we know where the problem is, and we can come together to solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you. So resources are nearby. They are closer to us. Hello, young people. Do we have access to those resources? That's another question. So we have other panelists online, and I would like to give them an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves, but also to reflect on what partnership looks like. We have a representative from KEPSA, and then we have a representative from, yes. So we are going to start with Dr. Kinyanchui. Please briefly introduce yourself, but also give us an overview of, from the private sector perspective, how does it look like when you're talking about partnership for goals? Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Hope everybody can hear me, and hopefully they can see me.
Yes.
Can you confirm the same?
Yes. Hope you can. Yes, we can hear you. 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 Yes, we can hear you.
So thank you for convening this meeting and the forum, which is very important. So it has been said, my name is Dr. Jackson Kwembori, coming from KEPSA. So KEPSA is the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And the KEPSA basically is the apex body of the private sector. So we have over 2 million members within our membership scope, spanning across various sectors, which are very, very impactful on matters SDG, all the 17 SDGs. And apart from that, also we have over 80 business member organizations. So our sectors are spread, or our 2 million members are spread across energy, energy and extractive, ICT, gender. So you very well see that we have an impact and a role around the SDG area. Apart from that, we have 45 million members globally through the Chamber of Commerce, the Kenya chapter. So what or how do I see partnership? Partnership, the way I see it, it's in various folds coming from the private sector side. Number one is money. Side. Number one is money. Side. Most of the agreements and most of the programs and projects that we aim to deliver to ensure SDGs are actualized, be it matters climate action, things to do with water, all these things boil down to money. And coming from the USAID funding that was cut short a while back, we realized that as a country, we need to look into other sources of diversification of finances, either blended financing. And also coming from the COP28, it was identified that the private sector is a huge contributor, 50% coming from the private sector. And with that, it means that even attaining our national goals, be it the Agenda 2030, our nationally determined contributions and other goals that we have, we need to make sure that we put resources where they're needed. So at the private sector, where we see partnership in this respect, we are now diversifying our portfolio and moving towards green financial instruments. In reality, we are moving away from the traditional financial models, that is the banks, that require our many members, of which 60% of them are SMEs and micro SMEs, the small businesses that the youths obviously are starting from before they become bigger companies, are required to provide collateral and other things for them to access money, which is very, very hard for them. So now we are looking into green financing, things to do with carbon credits, things to do sustainable linked loans, impact loans, green bonds, and I'm happy that we are able to be part and parcel of the ministry launching the carbon registry on 17th of February, which now makes it possible for every business person and youth to access and upload their projects there and to be able to access this money. Also, how do we see partnership? We see partnership through the PPP. When you're talking about public-private partnership, a good example is even the expansion of the airport, which was also, we are looking at it, did the PPP work? Or was it a single sourcing kind of partnership? So what we are seeing here is we need to see policies that also protect the businessmen and women, so that when we get into these public-private partnerships, what is it in for us? And if the government or maybe goes back on their word, or any other partner or donor partner, how do we recoup the losses? So partnership for us, we see it in terms of either the strong policies and also in terms of monetary allocation of money. The third one also is we see partnership in aspect of awareness. Information. We cannot be talking about partnership if information is not outside there. Right now, what you are seeing compared to the global north, because I've had an experience to study and to stay in some of these countries, they have a centralized database and data. You are able to access a ministry's information by clicking a button and understanding which projects are they doing so that you don't duplicate. You find that one ministry, one organization is doing a project on SDG number 4. Another ministry on the other side is doing another project on SDG number 4. With the different funders, different money. You end up doing baseline studies, everybody is doing alone. But if we had a centralized database, then that money would come in and say, okay, so Ministry A is doing SDG number 4. Where have they reached? They have reached goal number 5. So this money we're getting, let's do goal number 6, 7, 8, and 9, which maybe will mean implementing project. But now what we see in Kenya, we have so many projects in Kenya, and all of them are in the stage of collecting data, doing analysis, giving recommendations, policies, because everybody is doing the same thing. But if we had that interconnectedness and not working in silos, somebody will be working 60% based on the money they got for SDG number 4, and then the other remaining money they come and complete. So let me stop there, but I see it in those three folds I've given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the importance of us creating policies that are relevant to the work that we are doing that can be translated. Awareness and information for young people, it is very, very important for us. Where do we get these specific opportunities? The need for us to ensure that there is interconnectedness to avoid duplication of effort, very, very key. We move on to Mr. Robert Mudhami from the Swedish Embassy. Sir, from where you sit, given that you are working with international donors, in such a setup, from where you sit, how does partnership look like? And with the evolving space, how do we move forward? How should we position ourselves as partners coming from the Global South?
Thanks a lot, moderator, and thanks for the invitation to this meeting and the Youth SDGs Week, which I think is very important to reflect on the gains and also where we need to move forward on implementation of youth-led actions on various thematic areas. My name is Robert Mudhami. I work with the Swedish Embassy, basically with the Development Cooperation, working across the continent in supporting our embassies in Africa on environment and climate change. First things first, I think we've been with the SDGs for some time now, and I think coming to an end in 2030, it's good to reflect on the gains and where we really need to start looking at then if the next set of development goals will be from 2031, or we start discussing the next set of goals, then what really need to focus on in ensuring that at least we accelerate implementation. I think there is much discussion on the continent from a policy perspective without much progress with regards to implementation of actions. When it comes to partnerships and accelerating partnerships, yes, and the panelists have alluded to that. There is change in terms of landscape in financing, and that was meant to change. I think it's not a surprise that it's changing, and whether we will get back to where we were many years ago with regards to the financing landscape that we had. We have to be very innovative in terms of tangible things that we really need to implement moving forward. But that said and done, I want to touch on several things, and one of them is, of course, the and where young people sit on decision making. We really need to look into how young people can be engaged in decision making, and especially also taking our place as young people in various processes that are very important in the development landscape. There has been many challenges with young people accessing financing beyond even climate change that I focus on, and I think this relates to various barriers that are there in terms of accessing finance to development priorities. Sometimes back we did some analysis with regards to how young people can access climate financing. Let me say that, and one of the things that we found was that many of the organizations that development partners look into financing is that you do not have young people in the background of those organizations. Basically, what you have is young people that basically organizations that are not youth-led, but young people are implementing projects in those organizations. Then you do not have 100% thinking of young people in such kind of initiatives. So how do we strengthen youth-led organizations? That's very important to look into. How we also remove structural barriers for very nascent youth organization. You cannot tell someone who is 22-year or 25-year-old basically to have some sort of 30 years experience working in a particular sector. So the message there is especially to development partners and even private foundation, including private sector, to curate solutions that basically young people can tap into and look at initiatives that can basically fast track ideas that are at very nascent stages. in curating different interventions, and I think Nyanchi touched on this, we're implementing various interventions with regards to challenge funds in the sense that you're able to de-risk innovative solutions that young people come up with. But this requires a lot of my challenge to young people is we really need to move to innovations. I think doing advocacy is good, but of course, let us have things that are tangible and things that are scalable, that can also attract private sector investments. Where many development partners are going, and where we are at the moment is, of course, looking at initiatives that are sustainable. And I think one of the panelists sitting there alluded to that: initiatives that are sustainable, initiatives that you can also attract funding beyond the seed capital that you are provided. We might provide some seed capital. It might not be enough to scale up most of the projects. I think we really need to look at bankable initiatives that can also attract more financing from other development partners and also private sector actors. That said and done, and I think there is a lot of work that has been done from the policy perspective, and I think we really need to look at how the government, for example, provides an enabling environment for young people to engage, innovate, and also tap into opportunities that government can basically engage with other private sector entities and also development partners, basically to pursue development that is youth-led, development that also incorporates other groups beyond young people. Within our development work, we try as much as possible to ensure that young people are incorporated in many of the development initiatives that we develop, and during the appraisals of most of our interventions, we ensure that young people, women, persons living with disabilities are incorporated in many of the interventions and projects that we appraise as a development corporation. That needs to be done much more, but the challenge is for young people to do much of the innovations. Look at the sectors that you are working in and innovate as much as possible. There are many opportunities there for challenge funds, resource-based financing, where you given funds based on milestones that you make on various development initiatives that you're working on. So I'll stop on that, and thank you very much. I will be jumping to another meeting, but I'll be able to bounce back to the Youth for SDGs Kenya Forum to just follow up on some of the actions and areas that I think we can touch upon with regards to innovations among young people and opportunities that could be available for financing beyond the normal development support, but more looking at innovative sources of financing. And I think that's where our eyes should be if we really want to work on more innovative things, tap into more development support, and also more of private capital that is available amongst other financial institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. We hear you insisting on innovative ideas, and we would like to hear from young people. So we are going to open the conversation with questions to engage. We say that the space is going to be participatory, so we are throwing it back to us. Question in 10 minutes, and then we close off the session. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. So questions? Who has the mic? Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Wangare. I am a law student, but here I am representing an organization known as the Young Lawyers Voice on Climate Change Foundation as their national director. We are a growing foundation. We have just been registered recently, but my question is merely focusing on the funding. How would you advise us as a growing organization to be able to acquire funding from the national level and as well as other international donors? Thank you.
All right. Who are you addressing the question to?
It's open to any member.
All right, next person.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My question is concerned about youth business in Kenya. And my question is to Mr. Victor. If many youth business in Kenya fail due to lack of market access and sustainable support, why do most government and development programs still focus on funding projects instead of building strong market linkage and long-term economic opportunities for young people? Because young people don't just need funding, we need access, sustainable and real opportunities to grow.
Thank you very much. Next person. Here.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
My name is Mr. Matoke from the Teacher Service Commission. My question goes to Asha on SDG number 4. In underserved areas, global SDG materials often feel disconnected from our students' daily life. How can we empower teachers to localize the SDGs so that they address immediate community needs, like food security and limited access to clean and safe water? Because this is driving away our students from classes, and education as an equalizer, we need to educate everyone so that they can have a chance at the high table. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have?
Thank you. My name is Muhammad.
Mohammed, we can't see you.
Sorry. Thank you. My name is Muhammad. I'm from State Department of Economic Planning. After all these perfect smart systems and policies in place, still things is not working for the youth on the ground. Time and again, we hear of youth inclusivity, youth voice, but the reality on the ground is different. Deep down in the villages, Noko kwa mitaa, you find that the most project that is youth titled project is managed and run by non-youth. My question is now, beyond the high-profile conferences and attractive themes like the Bridging Gap of this week, can we really take this initiative away from meeting calls and deliver tangible, boots on the ground, impactful projects that benefit the youth?
Thank you. Mohammed, you said you are coming from where?
I'm coming from the State Department of Economic Planning.
Okay, great. Who has the mic?
Hassan Lomnyak here.
Okay.
My name is Hassan Lomnyak. I'm coming from Samburu County. And I have a question to Dr. Kinyanjui. I don't know if you can hear me. But he was talking about collecting data to organizations. He said that most youthful organizations are just collecting data, analyzing stories and stuff. But that's why we are here. We are here to know ways we can get partners. And we would really appreciate if you told us ways of getting partners than telling us that youth organizations are just collecting data and analyzing stories. The second question goes to Robert Mudhami, I think from the Swedish embassy. He said that development partners, companies, and other places and other places that employ youths, they usually ask for experiences. They say that you need to be experienced for like 3 years and above. We're asking, not most of us are going to create initiatives. Not most of us are going to form organizations. And if that is the case, that means that we'll have more than 100 organizations here. So what of those who are going to school and they still don't have 3 or 2 years of experiences? Where are they going to go? That one is to Robert Muthami. And this one goes to, hi Geraldine, nice to see you again. Geraldine works with SRHR. Tell us, on the spaces that you have been, what do you think that we need to do for the people who are coming from Northern Kenya? What are the sexual reproductive health rights? How are they going to get back there in the communities? Because as you can see, I can only see like 5 people from Northern Kenya here, from Northeastern Kenya. And the last question goes to, we have my brother there, Vincent from Global Peace Foundation, and also Asha. Any of you can answer this one. How do you design peace leading initiatives rather than just being participants? How do you ensure that youth representatives from Northern Kenya are just peace are leading in peace initiatives than just being participants. Thank you so much. I wish you girls all the best.
Thank you. Do we pause here responses, then we come for the second round? Yeah? We finish, so we are going to have final hands. Okay, who has the mic? All right. Please make your question as brief as possible.
Yeah,
We
sure.
manage time. Thank you.
My name is Dana Mugo from Kenya YMCA. Youth programs. We are a youth-led organization. But my question is centered on localizing programs, especially to the developing partners. Most of the programs are on the top level, but at the grassroots level, there is no representation or much emphasis for the young people. Even in Kibera, in the northern region, even today, we are having spaces that are not seated and the young people that are available. So my emphasis on bridging the gap, moving from boardroom conversations to the grassroots conversations. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's a comment, right? Or a question? Sorry? How we move? All right.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Wilkista Ogutu from Kariobangi Social Justice Center. My question, I will directly, I think, Kinyanjui, whereby you telling us to seek partnership for the youths, but the question is, for you to seek partnerships, you find that most organizations need data from you, which is, to me, it is limited because that is the foundation for me to also grow. So how do we expect youth to go about when seeking partnerships and data is needed? Their data is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Two last questions.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name is John Muronga. I am a digital creator as well as a student leader at the Technical University of Kenya. So my question is quite organic. So which criteria is used to decide which SDGs should be prioritized in which community? And the second question is just a follow-up of the first question. Can these SDGs, these partnerships, be really equal if one partner is the one funding and one partner is the one doing the actual work on ground? Thank you.
All right. Who has the mic?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Marilyn. I'm a student at KCA University. My question is directed to Aisha. Can we get funding if we have a tangible project, but we are a small number?
All right. Question still on funding. All right.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Fikirini Jacobs. For the purposes of my question, I'm a youth in Kenya. My question is, Kenya as a country is not short of the public benefit organizations. In fact, you could easily get more than 200 CSOs, CBOs transacting business with the young people in a rural county. But again, if we gather to evaluate what really these public benefit organizations are doing, we still learn of quite serious vacuums. Then the question I ask to everyone is, what is it that we are not doing right as the public benefit organizations? What is it that we are supposed to do? What kind of partnership are we supposed to explore so that then this public benefit organization could account to the shift or the change in our country? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we are going to respond to the questions, and we are starting with Dr. Kinyanjui, who is going to respond to the question on funding. So please listen keenly if you ask anything about funding, access, and partnerships. Dr. Kinyanjui? Online, yes.
Yes, thank you so much. And I like the youths, and I like the way the youths are raising questions. They go straight to the point. They don't dilly-dally, which is very good. But I think, clarify one thing is, I didn't say the youths, their work is only collecting data and not doing anything with it.
Yes.
What I was referring to is the silo effect. I was saying,
Most of these organizations, not specifically youth-led or not, they work in silos. So that's the biggest problem. We end up doing the same project and there is no tangible product at the end. The other thing I want to talk about is the funding. To align to this is that there is a lot of funding within KEPSA, which we have been deliberately providing. One is a catalytic fund for SMEs. Let me just speak about the active one right now. Today, we have just put out a call today. If you check our website, KEPSA on Facebook and all these pages, there's a call for a survey for the Kenya Green Economic Survey. Kenya Green Economic Survey. This is a project that has been funded by EU that aims to give catalytic funds, funds that are not supposed to be repaid back, a minimum of 20,000 euros, that's about maybe 3 or 4 million, and a maximum of 60,000 euros. We are looking into the value chains of textile, value chains of organic waste, and value chains of what? There are three: textile, organic waste. I can't recall the third one. Plastic. Sorry, textile, organic waste, and plastic. So we have actually made it deliberate. These funds, there's a certain number we need from youths, women-led organizations, organizations that are led by PWDs. So we are making it deliberately for the youths. So the call is out today. It's up to you to apply for it and get the money. Secondly, we also have other projects like P4G. Go and search it online. P4G, Partnership for Green Growth. We have been giving money based on projects that people provide to us. We recently gave out money for EB, mobility EB bikes, Basigo, and many other projects from Smart Agriculture. So be on the lookout on our pages for these funding aspects. So in reality, there is a lot of funding outside there, but as I said, awareness is very important. And if the government and all partners can be able to develop a centralized database where even the youth can be going at a click of a button, like they go to Jumia for shopping, they just click it and find all these grants of a button. But I agree with every person here that the silo effect is real, but please go to our pages at KEPSA and find those active grants for you to access, which have been rolled out today. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Thank you for leading us to opportunities. We are not appreciating him. Thank you, sir. To you, Lavina, you want to add something on funding?
Yes, thank
All
you.
right.
In the spirit of supporting opportunities and creating awareness of the opportunities, as I said earlier, we are implementing a program with the African Union and the European Union. That is our funders. And our program is solely on young people and their different priorities when it comes to advocacy, entrepreneurship, SRHR, and we are giving funding to young people, especially in the peri-urban and rural areas and rural communities, to actualize their priorities. So our funding is based from 10,000 euros to 60,000 euros for whatever program, and you have removed that bureaucracy. You know your bureaucracy are so many papers that you have to fill, the concept note, and so forth. But because this is just in line with youth priorities at grassroots levels, we have removed that. We will help you, we'll support you in terms of your proposal writing, support you in terms of filling the financial aspects, and so that you can have access to this funding. And our next cycle is rolling out in May. So please also be on the lookout of it. It's the AU-EU Youth Voices Lab program, where we just give funding explicitly to young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Lavina. I come to you, Asha, to respond to the questions that were addressed to you.
Thank you. And thank you for the question about education. Actually, I'm a trained teacher registered with TSC. So when you are talking about, now how teachers can best support learners in underdeserved areas, especially in ASAL regions, and for me, it's now moving from not just a teacher teaching in that classroom, but a teacher who want build trust with the parents and the communities. Because in those areas, especially where they practice nomadic patrollism, we have in some areas mobile schools. But now, how well are the teachers versed with this? Because we also have teachers who are not locals. How well can they build trust with these communities and the parents as well? For us to also keep the learners in school. The other aspect of food insecurity, we have a lot of development partners who are supporting school feeding programs. You actually realize students feed more in school than actually at home, because at least for the school they have the feeding program. The meals are provided by development partners, and that's why actually for me education is cross-cutting in especially those areas. When we look at partnership, we bring on board community who are now the parents and other stakeholders. We have the county government that also in support. We have the teachers themselves and the Ministry of Education at large. And also just to mention, in these areas, what teachers should focus more also as well is not only serve as instructors, but also serve as mentors. Because still, especially for a case study like Marsabit, what we have is, before there was a gap between students transiting from primary to high school, but now the gap is from high school to tertiary institutions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. We are remaining with 2 minutes to respond to the remaining questions, so please let's manage time.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond first to Fikirini Jacobs. First of all, we want to really appreciate the government for supporting the PBO Act and ensuring that we coordinate the intervention of the public benefits organizations. And I can tell you there is a lot the public benefit organizations are doing that the government might not be aware. So what do we need to do? We need not to be punitive, but we need to support co-creation and partnership. And how do we do this? By mapping out the ecosystem players in each sector. I know there are specific sectors that lead to job creation. I can give you a case study of one of the challenges we faced when we were doing the voluntary national review report for the CSOs to be presented to UNGA last session. When we are looking for the data of what has been achieved in the specific SDGs, I can tell you it was not easy. I remember the SDG Kenya Forum took us to Manzoni to comb those data to see where are we as a country. So what am I trying to say? There is a gap in data sharing. So if you're talking about job creation, hapa nitakuchanua, maybe utachanua mdosi, sawa? So in 2024, you know how many people were employed in the informal sector? The informal sector created 17.4 million jobs. And some of them are the public benefit organizations. The formal sector, which now refers to the government, there were only 3.2 to 3.4 million jobs. And unlike the person who is saying we need to reduce the taxes on those earning 30,000 and below, that person is smart because they are 1.4 million. So how many are informal jobs? There are 3.4 million. Bro, those are silent majority. And that's why in that particular room when they're combing those numbers, I need to be there to also contribute my voice on how we can be able to support these people. So what do we need to do? The government is creating approximately 150,000 jobs per year. So if you look at the informal job and the formal job creation, the informal job sector is taking a huge chunk, so complementing the government on what needs to be done. So number one, we don't need to be punitive. If there are correctional measures, if there is an entity that is not doing well, like Kim, for example, they may have done whatever they have done, but how many jobs that they have created? How many young people have gone there? So instead of telling them now, let's close it down, that's a practical example, let's sit down and reason together and see how can we correct the problem, isn't it? Number two is to design programs together. As I said, I work for the Global Peace Foundation Kenya. And our patron is Dr. Manu Chandaria. Manu Chandaria, the president is talking about creating, planting 15 billion trees, growing 15 billion trees by 2032. So as the Global Peace Foundation Kenya, KCB Foundation, the Office of Mama Doing Good, KEPSA Foundation, among KFS, KFRI, we've come together as a consortium, especially us as Global Peace and Chandaria Foundation. We have a target of growing 45 million trees by 2032, right? But how do we do it? We do it in schools. So far, we've done 21 tree nurseries across 17 counties. A tree nursery worth 100,000 capacity seedlings. And I think I'll be able to talk to you, my sister, how to do that. So why do we do it in schools? To address the challenge of capitation. For instance, those schools, they need money to support children to go to school. So if you do 30% fruit trees, or 60% fruit trees, 30% indigenous, and 10% exotic trees, the school can be able to sell these seedlings and support those needy and brilliant children to go to school. So you see how we are complementing the government entity as a public benefit organization innovatively, not only to address the climate action, but also addressing the problem. And finally, on the bit of the private sector. The private sector should not only be financiers. They should be also problem solvers. In terms of looking at Safaricom, the M-Pesa, they have the M-Pesa Academy, isn't it? They have created the M-Pesa shops. Look at the Chandaria. He's doing the tree nurseries in schools, but also creating opportunities for young people. So we run the Chandaria President Fellowship Program, which is an annual program. This particular program, those young people are the ones who are looking for market for these seedlings in schools. And allow me to respond to one or two, just 1 minute. There is Diana. How do we localize programs? How do we localize implementation? It's very simple. I sit in the National Steering Committee for the EU Meta project, Meaningful Engagement Transformative Action. And I can tell you the last call they had, there was a lot of funding that was going to big NGOs. We said no, because I had the governance, peace, and security pillar. So under the Meta, the Meaningful Engagement Transformative Action, there are 3 areas. And you see, also they are very keen on what they want to achieve as their country. Number 1, they are focusing on digitalization. Wanaangalia watafanya biashara na sisi aje as much as they were partnering, isn't it? The other one is green transition. So, electric vehicles, electric motorbikes. Unaona venye hawa sio wanafikiria. Alafu tunaongea governance, peace and security. So when we are talking about distribution of the funding, and there was a partner who also asked that question, how can we ensure that the young people are supported? We voiced and we put our feet down and said we are not going to give funding to more NGOs, established NGOs. We are going to give more to CBOs. And we said we will not move forward until that is done. And I'm happy the EU heard our cry. So in those spaces where you are as young people, nobody will ever give in to you just sitting there. Fight. They may say you are disrespectful. They may say you are arrogant. But find a way of using polite ways of ensuring that your voices are done. And for the Gen Zs, the future is yours. Always fight for your space, because nobody will ever give you space. Fight for your space, let your voice be heard, and let your presence also be felt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Geraldine, as we close the session.
Most has been said, so I'll just pass through. The first one, I'll answer the question he asked about how the SRH rights and that can be achieved in the Northeastern. In the spirit of partnership, some of the things that can be done is to ensure that the existing health services, actually, structures are incorporated in them that reach Northeastern. Also, the use of community health promoters. This I can only suggest because I know, for example, in Kiambu County government, this is working very well. With the community health promoters, they are able to go door to door to meet the households and to be able to discuss health issues with households. So that would be a very good way to work, and also implementing mobile and outreach clinics. I'd also want to say that peace building in development is important, and it will be very necessary if we are to have sustainable partnerships and SDGs. So in making sure that we incorporate peace building activities in all our developmental agendas, and also gender responsive and youth responsive approaches. Because we also need to stop just to answer the final one, to answer what Waziri asked about where we are going wrong. I want to say one of the things is how we are doing measurements of what matters. So most of the projects you will find what is being measured is the output. So they'll be saying we've set up, 3 clinics, 2 hospitals, we've done 5 boreholes. But in reality, it should not just be about the output. We should also be measuring how many women and young people have taken leadership positions in that. What is the rate of conflict reduction that has happened because of the activities that have been done? What is the functionality of whatever project that was started after the project period has ended? So we need to have meaningful participation. And alongside partnering as government, CBOs, actually most of the things that I've seen fail is because most of these CSOs and other projects will not involve governments in their projects as partners. So where their voices matter for sustainability, they are not there. We also have a problem with the public participation mechanisms in the country. So as much as it's enshrined in the Constitution, the importance of public participation, our people do not show up. It's done to tick a box. So I think proper participation where then the community becomes partners, co-owners, as it has been said, where we do and we ensure that we are not just doing projects and seeing the community just as beneficiaries, but working with them, not just for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate them. As we close off this session, I would like to just highlight some of the key points that are coming from this. There is need to support ecosystem creation. There is need for us to look at innovative financing as we move forward when you're talking about partnership for goals. There is need to also look at flexible funding for youth-led organization, remove the bureaucracies that are existing, break the barriers for young people to access resources, the aspect of localization. Trust-based funding is very, very key. Digital tools, as young people, we are online. How do we ensure that then we are leveraging these tools to access the resources and also strengthen the capacities of youth-led organizations? Thank you very much. I've been your moderator, Susan Wamalwa, Executive Director at IPHRD Africa. Thank you very much.
Round of applause to this particular panelist. Susan, that was a great moderation. I'd like to invite the PS and our ED Diana to come for the group photo. DJ, ni PS wa mayouth, ungeshaika anguka nayo. DJ, as they are moving to the stage. DJ amekanyaga waya. Karibuni sana. How are you? Karibu.
We waka 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 ndokire kana irongerwo ndenda hiki no nginya ndirute guomboko ngirigwo njeke atia na maguru makwa mothe na mane makucoto madanza kudonjo ngirwo njoe moko hamwe na gasmairo nderuta ikinya nie ndi thoko iga up burukanga buruka iga up burukanga buruka iga up burukanga buruka iga up burukanga burukanga.
Thank you so much. To our panelists, you can come down and sign. Thank you so much. A round of applause to Susan, Lavina, Robert, Asha, Geraldine. That was awesome. A better round of applause as we have a better one. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. If you learned something, let me see a show of hands up. Awesome. My take home was, impact does not come from isolated efforts, but from collaboration. So to our guests, we want to invite you to this final day. For those who are joining us for the first time, we have been here from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today, Friday. Monday, we focused on the people. Tuesday, we focused on prosperity. Wednesday, we focused on the planet. Thursday was about peace and justice. And today, finally, we are focusing on? Today, Friday, we are focusing on? That is awesome. At this particular point, I would like to invite Diana, the ED of Youth for SDGs, who will brief us on why we are here today, why we've been here for this 1 week, and what we have been discussing, where it ends up. So DJ, play for me Ajawa, as we invite Diana to come to the stage. Diana, karibu sana. She's not dancing.
DJ, I don't think that's a Jawa, that's why I didn't dance. I don't understand the song. But thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you, Susan, and all the panelists that have just had their conversation on partnerships for the goals. I think it has been a very important discussion for us to have on the last day, for young people to see what can you do to access funds. I'm sure most of us here have so many beautiful, brilliant ideas, but it was very important for us to then summarize the whole week by getting some of the information that we need. Before I start giving my speech, I think I'll just mention that the QR code that was shared for all of you to join our WhatsApp community, I hope you have. The doctor from KEPSA has just shared the funding opportunity that he spoke about. So if you want that, I think we'll share the link. So without wasting much time, I think I would like to welcome and acknowledge Sam Ogwal, the IGAD Youth Envoy, who's with us here, who joined us from Monday, actually, for the entire week, for the SDGs week. I would also like to welcome and appreciate the PS for Youth, who's been with us since morning, and also just asking questions in the panel. I think that was really, really powerful for you to engage young people like that. Fun fact, when he joined, we asked him if he would want to speak first, but he said, no, let me listen to what young people have to say. I think this is something we should appreciate because it doesn't happen often, does it? Does it? Yeah, so I think let's appreciate him for that, please. So since Monday, we've been having conversations around water and sanitation. I know most young people here came up with very key recommendations that will be read as we close off the day. We've been having conversations around quality education, decent job, and also how young people can upskill to get access to even digital job opportunities. Yesterday, we had such powerful conversations around peace and security, democracy, where we were joined by Kenya Young Parliamentarians Associations and a few youth leaders from political parties, just linking on how even we can have these discussions around the SDGs in Parliament. And we did have a commitment from the chair for Kenya Young Parliamentarian Associations to then also receive the youth declaration that we'll have today later in the day. So ladies and gentlemen, please do not be confused. This is not the official closing, but the PS was quite busy today, and we are still honored to have him to also still give us his remarks before we officially close in the afternoon. So Honorable PS, thank you so much for joining us. You are joined by young people from all over the country. As you heard during the Q&A, we have young people from Garissa, we have people from Tana River, we have young people from Kisumu, Kitale, Nakuru. Which county am I missing? Kilifi. Which other county am I missing? Kajiado, Samburu. Which other county? So in a nutshell, this is a group of young people from all over the country who are very passionate about sustainable development goals, but also coming together to have discussions on what their role really is in the accelerating the implementation of the SDGs. So before I invite the PS, I would like to invite Sam, who has also been a key partner through IGAD in supporting the SDGs week, to just give a brief remark, and then we can have the PS take the floor. Thank you. Karibu, Sam.
Thank you, Diana. In a very special way, I would like to recognize the presence of the PS for the Ministry of Youth and Sport. Thank you so much for being around and accepting to be part of this conversation. Let's give a round of applause for the PS. I would also like to appreciate the development partners that has made this possible. Diana and the team, this is a job well done. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Diana and the team. And most importantly, I always say when I'm in the room, the people that who are the guests of honors are not us who are speaking on the podium. It is you, the young people. It is you, because this conversation is not for us, it is for you. Clap for yourself. The 1 week has not been easy. I have been around seeing the team organizing this, seeing the young people who are committing their time every day to come and occupy this room without even being given a single penny to be here. That's a sign of commitment of the young people that you have, Bwana PS. It's very unique. I always participate in meetings of the young people, and at the end of the meeting, people don't want to leave because they want a demonstrative announcement. But for the youth of Kenya, you have challenged other young people. Thank you. I am humbled with your commitment. Colleagues, the conversation started on a Monday. Several resolutions, commitment, recommendations were. But to me, the most important thing that I'm looking out after this conversation, why we have our leadership, the peers in the room. Yesterday, we were the youth parliamentarians making their commitments. We were able to have the National Youth Council Day making their commitment, and said that IGAD, our role is to support where necessary and convene the regional partners where necessary to ensure that some of these resolutions come into the reality. That's the biggest thing. You have done your part as young people. Several things were discussed, but these SDGs and our resolution can only be achieved if we are committed as leaders. Only. We are talking about financing. It is now time for us to carry that document and knock the doors that have money such that money can reach out to you. And that's what you want. When we are talking about youth participation and inclusion in the decision-making process, it's now our responsibility as leaders to carry that document and knock on the doors of different legislation to make sure that young people have space. That's what you want. It's nothing else. And that responsibility now come out back to us as partners and all of you. As I conclude, this conversation has been made possible because of you. Today is the last day. I want to wish you all a blessed weekend. Till we meet again next year. And P.S., next year we should make this bigger. I was very impressed when a young lady said she sacrificed from Garissa. I don't know where Garissa is, but it seems to be far. Like I just came for this particular conversation. So if there's a way we can make sure that the SDG conversation reach Garissa or the north side of Kenya, I know with your support and the leadership, it is possible. Let's take this conversation. Let's young people understand the Sustainable Development Goal. We're also able to launch a campaign. Kenya is going for election next year. And going back to what happened in 2024, we don't want it to happen again. We want young people to be peaceful, but also at the same time feeling included in the democratic process. And where we are going, election is emotional. The finance bill is a half of emotion of what happens in election. So Bwana PS, with your leadership and the partners as IGAD, we are committed to ensure that Kenya has a very peaceful election. Where necessary, we shall work together to ensure we take conversation to the grassroots so that the goons doesn't become more powerful than the political leaders. May God bless you all. As you conclude, PS, you will sign on this as part of our campaign and make sure that we drive this collectively as young people. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, everyone. God bless you all.
Let's appreciate Sam, please. So IGAD has a program. Now that today we are sharing on opportunities, IGAD has opportunities for young people and engaging them in peace-building processes. It's called the Council of IGAD Youth Forum for Peace. I think one of the members was in a panel yesterday. So please do engage with Sam on how even you young people can be part of that Council of IGAD Youth Forum for Peace. So for our next speaker, I would like as the DJ, please, usituangushe na hii song. So I don't know which song Felix amekombia, but play that song so that we can welcome the PS from the Ministry for Youth, Sports and Creative Economy. Karibu PS.
Production.
Wewe DJ, wewe umetumwa na mtu. So, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, my brother who is the youth envoy of IGAD, ED, I hope, stands for Executive Director, Miss Diana. All other youth-led organizations here present, leaders of different youth councils at county levels, of course, not forgetting our representation of the National Youth Council, and all other passionate young people who are gathered here for this week to commemorate our Youth SDGs 2026 ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. My name is Fikirini Jacobs, for avoidance of doubt. I am privileged to stand before you in my capacity as the Principal Secretary in charge of the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, led by the Honorable Salim Vuria, who sends with me his fervent greetings to all of us. I must say I'm very sorry. I sincerely got the invitation to come for the official opening of this very engaging week. But I was a bit overwhelmed by preceding events in the office. And when I made a call to come in, I was told you guys were almost done with the official opening ceremony. And I committed to come for the closing, which is today, a little later today. So again, in between, something came up. I today have, I think, about 5 events. One in Maralal, Samburu, one in Homa Bay, on the invitation of the women rep there, one in Nandi County, on the invitation of the women rep, Cynthia, Honorable Cynthia, and one which now I was sent by the Cabinet Secretary to represent him in Mombasa, Changamwe. So, since yesterday, I have been a bit cheeky, unable to pick all the calls because I had already committed to all these people that I will try and get myself there. Where I was also required to open the Changamwe Youth Congress at 10 a.m., I requested them to do the honors of carrying on all the activities, but allow me to open later in the afternoon. So I requested before your break, tea break, to speak a bit before you allow me to rush. Now that I don't have a private jet, I depend on public transport. I may not be able to have the luxury of time to decide on what time I'm leaving. It is decided by my air ticket. So you'll allow me, with all due respect, to make my remarks and to let you carry on with your remaining part of the program. I am equally informed that there is a team working on your resolutions and suggestions or recommendations, which would be very important if I would receive them. But now, because of what I've just said, I will not be able to receive it, but I will make all the necessary arrangements to make sure that a senior representation from the State Department and our ministry comes in later to receive this on my behalf and on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary for onward review and collaboration. So I'm so very sorry for that. So having said that, allow me also to take this opportunity to congratulate each and every young person here present. I personally do not take it for granted that young people of Kenya are as agile, as forward-thinking, as forthright, as extremely, ambitious, but sometimes impatient, could find time, and resources, per se, to make it here for a whole week. I wish to also to say, my sister Diana, that many young guys here came to the office this week, to pay me a courtesy visit, to brief me on their different engagements. Some were in my office yesterday up to 8 p.m. I think this is the Mombasa Youth Council. This led by Ray, who is their president, and a lot more who've been coming this week, and many, many calls from Kelly Roberts, from a gentleman from Kilifi, we've worked so very closely together. So I appreciate that we find time amidst our busy schedule here to make it to our office, and I still want to extend an invitation to all of us that in your busy schedule, please find it in you that you may visit our office. Let's appreciate what you are doing and see, the possibilities of our collaboration going forward. Back to the SDGs week. I'm particularly pleased with our theme, Bridging the Gap, Youth-Led Solutions for SDGs Acceleration. I think all of us seated here are aware that the United Nations curated a total of 17 Sustainable Development Goals that touch on every sector of our being, presently and even in the future, and for the future generations. And I am happy that the theme this year particularly places the responsibility on the young people of the globe. What amazes me about it is because we cannot practically plan for the future without the involvement of the young people who have a stake in that very future. And that is why it gives me immense pleasure that while we gather here, we are not talking about a future without the people who will be in that future. We are talking about a future, but this time through the lenses of the people who have a stake in that very future. So there could never have been a better theme for this week than having youth-led solutions to this. In the year 1972, on the 29th of April, something happened in South Africa at the University of Limpopo. A gentleman called Abraham Tiro, while delivering a speech trying to create the dichotomy between, the different education systems in the country. Of course, that time was the era of apartheid. The president of the University of Limpopo, Comrade Tiro, argued that the magic of human achievement gives an irrefutable proof that as soon as the nationalism of any country is awakened among the young people, it becomes the vanguard against the alien rule. During their time, the biggest problem that they needed to sort out was matters apartheid and alien rule. But during our time today, the biggest problems that we need to fix are matters that border on the 17 SDGs, be it in climate change, be it in partnership, be it in health, education, eradicating poverty, and a lot more. If I'm to borrow the wisdom of Comrade Tiro, I would say today, much later, after his wisdom, that there can never be an opportune time for the UN-led, UN-curated SDGs to be able to be elevated and realized if we cannot elevate the nationalism of our countries in the hearts of the young people. And that's why it gives me pleasure that we are here today gathering, talking about this. As if this is not enough, in the year 2002, during the World Sustainable Development, otherwise called Earth Summit, happening in South Africa, the president of Zimbabwe, Comrade the late Robert Mugabe, argued that for any process of meaningful development, the people must always come first. For any process of meaningful development, when we talk about sustainable development goals, in its texture, in its form, in its complete form, we cannot suffice the discussion. We cannot talk about it in its entirety if we cannot involve and prioritize the young people so that they can, grow the dream, nurture the vision, and be able to realize these goals. It is the young people who knows that for you to bridge the gap between learning and earning, skilling becomes a necessary part of our education system. And it's not another person who will go to that kind of skilling. It is the young people of Kenya. It is the young people of the globe. And that is why it gives me pleasure again. But again, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear comrades, let me say this. A majority of us here are Kenyan youths, except some few of us who are representation of other global organizations like IGAD, like my brother here. Let me assure you that of all the 6 continents on earth, 5 are battling an aging crisis. 5 continents out of the 6 are either in an aging demographic shift or are glaring at it, except the continent of Africa, which has for far too long, through the lenses of many countries like Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and a lot more countries, been defined and earned the badge of being the most youthful continent on earth. That means, of all what I've just said and of all the discussions that I've had here from the high level panel, the prioritization of the young people of Kenya and Africa does not just become a necessity to the realization of the sustainable development goals in Kenya and Africa, but the globe at large. Why? Because we are stepping in to be a solution, not to the problem of an African kind, but a global problem, which 5 countries already are unable to effectively forward their young people because they do not have the young people. That is why, regardless of where you're coming from, whether it's Garissa, whether it's Nairobi, whether it's Uganda or Nigeria or South Africa, you are not a pushover in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. You are not an option in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. You are a necessary part. In fact, those who studied agriculture will say you are the root stock onto which the scions are grafted. Those in biology will say you are the spine. You are an important part. You are an indispensability in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Because if the entire world is to look back to the young people to be able to carry the flame, but 5 of the 6 continents are ineffectively able to look back and put the burden on their young people because they are battling an aging crisis. 75.1% of our population in Kenya today is under 35. 3/4 of our population. We cannot effectively realize and achieve anything if we treat the 75.1% of our population as a challenge and not as a resource. And that is why it gives me pleasure, as a young person who is privileged to serve at this level of my life, to keep on, the partnership with you so that we can bring the best out of each other. Because I know I do not have the monopoly of thought and ideas as the PS for Youth Affairs. I know a majority of us here are far much brighter than myself. But we need each other in this kind of situation. We need to create meaningful partnerships. Partnerships that are not for the moment. Partnerships that are not mouth deep. Partnerships that are sprout from deep in our hearts. And that, after sprouting, prove the inability to wither for the benefit of our generations today and in the future. And I'm happy. When our young people here got an opportunity to ask questions, they really made very good use of that opportunity. The only request I'll have to you is next time you have an opportunity, so that we create a difference between generations that came before us and our generation, is over and above questioning, we should also be able to move ahead to give recommendations of what we think should be done so that we can effectively say we are doing it right. Because I do not believe, honestly speaking, that the definition of the young person of Kenya is questioning and questioning full stop. No, we can question, but we can also curate suggestions and solutions to our challenges and problems. That is the unique thing which this world must be able to identify us with. And I'm happy that we are creating communities out of our own selves. From being a communal and a communitarian society, Africa is still proving through the young people of Kenya today that we can embrace comradeship and brotherhood and sisterhood beyond the boundaries of our communities, beyond the boundaries of our tribes, so that we can see the best in each other. And it gives me pleasure that at different levels here, there are young people who have already founded organizations. That's really quite inspiring. We are redefining the path and the future of the young people, and the space of the young people, and the participation of the young people. We are simply saying we are challenging the philosophical problems of appearance and reality, that we are able now to participate by collaboration to what will look better for this country and for the continent, by being able to be present, to argue, to debate, to differ, to agree, but all for the reason that we all have a stake in the future of our country and continent and globe. And without mincing words, it is us and not any other generation that has to fix the problems right ahead of us. I so wish to thank all of you. I wish you all the very, very best. I said I will not come here with a written speech, which sometimes is not necessarily my thinking. You know, the challenges of written speeches in the government organizations. Sometimes somebody goes to write it overnight, does not reflect what I'm thinking, does not reflect my the true self. So sometimes I think, especially when it's about the young people, I prefer to speak from the heart, because I have been in that space. You can bear me witness. Kaylee will tell you. Of course, I was, and still am, the only student leader who was in 2 public universities, and very, very privileged to be expelled from both. But somehow found my way back, graduated, almost done now with my master's, and at UN Parklands doing my law degree. Yeah, and still pushing limits, and still believing in myself, you know? The challenge, I'll tell you, from looking for a rain god, one of the short stories there written by Hamatuma on the case of a prison monger says, if you want to stretch your hand and get hold of something which is higher than yourself, you must always be ready to pay the price of dropping what is under your armpit. I want to challenge us that we want to fly. We want to go very far. A candle will never lose its value if it lights up the other. Let's keep together as young people of Kenya. Let's try so much to find solutions within our own selves. We have different visions. We have dreams. We have goals, quite complex in their nature. We have ideas, quite variant. But we all agree that we have to give the assurance of the fidelity to the preservation of our country, the advancement of our country, so that when you become an MCA, when you become a member of parliament, you become a member of parliament of a constituency in Kenya and not in a refugee camp in Uganda because home is burning. Being young people means having all the solutions in our disposal while it lasts. I pray that will make very good use of our age, will make very good use of our ability to co-create, like it has been said here. Find solutions within, so that ultimately we can live to celebrate each other's brilliance within the boundaries of our own soil. I wish to see all of you at the top. I wish that we create some more time, we can interact more and do burukanga together. Hii leo nimevaa koti bana, sasa it defeats logic. Lakini next time nitakuja nikiwa niko hivi hivi. And then tuzikwende tukiwa pamoja. I wish you the very best. God bless you for all of us. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Makofi kwa Bwana Piers as he's signing this. Makofi, better makofi. As he's signing, can I have 5 people up here as fast as possible? 5. Going once, going twice. Hurry up as you're clapping. Down here. Three more can join. All right, come up.
Burukanga, buruka, piga up, burukanga, buruka, piga up, burukanga, buruka, piga up, burukanga, burukanga, buruka, piga up, burukanga, buruka, piga up, burukanga, buruka, piga up, burukanga.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a group photo out with the peers. We are going for a group photo. All right. Can we kindly make our way out? Everyone seated. Let's go out for a group photo.
Kindly let's go outside. The PS wants to leave and he wants a group photo with all of us. Please, to rush inje, tuende inje for the group photo.
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Select a cheza dopa once from the top. Whoa. Dojo mabe, dojo mabe. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Oh. Donjo maber. Tuko tao, CBD kwa penthouse. Wanadhani CBD ni guesswork. Lakini jua bidii tunazoza. Na ni magrami tundo tunangoja. Donjo maber, kwa mdomo ni kuber. Na doba Johnny Mwaki ukipenda email. Napendwa na mapeng, na wote Johnny 10. Nikikusalimia unanijibu tu maber. Napenda vile magala wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile mamanzi wamekuja wameiva. Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selecta cheza doba once from the top. Whoa. Donjo maber, donjo maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Whoa. Donjo maber, donjo maber.
Makwela na majaji wanazitoka. Starehe ubamba sana baada ya mboka. Wasanse watiaji tunawatoka. Salamu wanga moja na ni top shota. But originally, ofla wanga mkali. Ninasumbuka town baka mashinani. Kolabo na Iani, ande mtaani. Wakiuliza wambie tuko CBD ndani. Napenda vile mademu wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile makwela wamekuja wameiva.
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selecta cheza doba once from the top. Whoa. Donjo maber, donjo maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Oh. Donjo maber, donjo maber.
End of this particular engagement. Uliza jirani, are you happy? Uliza jirani, are you happy? Very nice. When you see people dedicate their time to actually be here, it speaks to the weight of why we are here, why we've been here this whole week. And we do not take you being here for granted. You are actually shaping what the present and the future will get to look like. So I would like Wanjiku Kamau to be ready. I'm about to call you up here. But before then, ask your neighbor, which animal would you rather be? Ungependa kukua mnyama mgani? Wale wa mbwa waseme tu mbwa, usiseme German Shepherd, sijui Japanese Splits, sijui Rottweiler. Say it as it is. Wale wa snake waseme tu. Kuna mwenye anataka kukua chui. Kuna wenye wanataka kukua fisi. Ile joki ya ile jenda kukua fisi wameipeleka mbele sana. So who wants to tell us what their neighbor wants to be? Yes? Peacock. Tausi, ebu tukuone. Peacock ndio huyo. Who else wants to tell us? Yes? All ndio huyo. Ebu ufanya macho hivi. Who else would like to tell us what the neighbor would want to be? Yes? Eagle. All right. Lakini mko na ubaguzi kwa wanyama. Do you know all living things are important? Hakuna kitu iliumbwa yenye sio muhimu. Excuse me, young man. Which animal would you rather be? Umekubaliwa kusema ngamia? We do not judge. Sema uya jirani. Giraffe. Sijui nimwambie asimame mumuone. There's something I said about people looking like the animals they want to be. Anyway, Asego. If your name is Asego in this room, let me see your hands up. Oh, habari msanii. All right, please make your way down. We are going to invite one of our artists. We are promoting our own. And before Asego gets down here, who can tell me what SDG 13 is all about? Yes, Vivian? Climate action. There's a lady in a yellow dress. Please come. Makofi, as she makes her way down here. Better, better, better. Almas, how are you? How many SDGs can you name? Many. All? Tukweke one-on-one na Almasi. Tufanye Almasi hivyo kweli. We forgive him for today. Now, this young girl is someone very passionate around matters SDGs, and the whole reason as to why we are here is because of SDGs. So, tutaona kama jana probably alikuwa na headphones, ama earphones. We do it once more. Is there somebody who wants to take on our champion for yesterday? Nani anajiamini? Wamemwachia, mic drop. Take us through. And for everyone she says you have to clap, all right? Okay? Tukisema zero hunger, let me hear you do it. Aha, lazima mumpe psych, because I'm a represent. Zero hunger. Correct.
Hi guys. So my name is Phoebe Monari, popularly known as the SDGs diplomat. So I'm just gonna name the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So number 1, you have no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 3, good health and well-being. Number 4, quality education. Number 5, gender equality. Number 6, clean water and sanitation. Number 7, affordable and clean energy. Number 8, decent work and economic growth. Number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Number 10, reduced inequalities. Number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Number 12, responsible consumption and production. Number 13, climate action. Number 14, life below water. Number 15, life on land. Number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Number 17, partnerships for the goals. Thank you.
Better for her, better, better, better. Asego, the floor is yours.
Mko poa? DJ, twende. DJ. Mko fiti?
Haujui vile unanibamba aki, unafanya naimba dinaenda aiki, ukicheat naenda kukustaki, hata wakipika kukustaki. Haujui vile unanibamba aki, unafanya naimba dinaenda aiki, wanaonitaka misi wataki. Vile unanibamba aki, 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 vile unanibamba aki. Whistling at you anytime ukinikata, nende duangali. Braga my eyes on you, ukibubble back for me tangi. Come quote nigga, Madashiro. I like the way you bang bang, umebim tattoo. Me a chill garbage, kidagiti way. Cause even in an air, you still go be my cartoon. Patatoga, God, where are you? Patatoga. Vile unanibamba aki, vile unanibamba aki, vile unanibamba aki, vile unanibamba aki,
Vilonani bamba aki, Vilonani bamba aki, Vilonani bamba aki. I say, oh boy, Vilonani bamba aki. I tell us they go big or ballin'. Manicure, pedicure, baby done. Broad-based love, yeah, only two-time. Yet too timeless, not bubble gum. I'm not simping a girl. I'm not in the hand. Hello, in Kanye, I wanna tip you. My fish in the lakeside, I wanna fish you. Bossy lady coming to pick you. Let me be your love doctor, I'm on that TTU. In Kanye, I wanna tip you. My fish in the lakeside, I wanna fish you. Bossy lady coming to pick you. Let me be your love doctor, I'm on that TTU. Twend that. Vilonani bamba aki, 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 Vilonani ba DJ. Mko poa? Mko poa? Kwa fiti, so hiyo chorus inasema Vilonani bamba aki, Vilonani bamba aki. Me I go by the name Asego boy. Unanitafuta on all social media platform, and I'm the next big thing in the Kenyan music industry. Wapi makofi? Sindio? Si mayouths inafaa tujiamini ama ni aje? Wanatuombea like youths are the leaders of tomorrow. No, mazini sahi. Kasi sahi ni sahi sasa hivi. Sindio? Wapi mkono juu ya Sego boy? Wapi nduru wewe? Kubwa mazi, asanteni.
Baby, you wanna tear it out also, baby.
Kuja na poem.
This Bentley, awangisa road.
Kama tuchane bikon baba, bikon baba, baby, bikon baba, bikon baba. Kama tuchane bikon baba, baby, bikon baba, bikon baba.
Hi guys. Yeah, I'm a songer. And a poet. Yeah. So today I just want you to give you what I always do. A poem, a small poem. The title of the poem is A Round of Applause. Yeah. Sit down and enjoy. Yeah, thank you. You are welcome.
Round of applause. Round of applause. Amumpige makofi jamani. That is a professional time waster. Makofi kwake. So, tell your neighbor we don't have time. Mwambie vizuri we don't have time. Now, time for what? Hapo sijui. Ladies and gentlemen, help me invite Edwin to tell us why we don't have time. Makofi kwa Edwin.
Yeah. Tamini msanii. Yo, hi guys. Comrade Power. Comrade Ria. Comrade. Yeah, so my name is Edwin Nyagodhie. Nimetoka mbali. All the way from Sweden. Ni jokes anyway. Yeah, so nimetoka Thika. And I work with an organization called We Don't Have Time. So our main SDG that we deal with is SDG 13, Climate Action. And we are so big on partnership. So our organization started back in 2016, and we've been doing it all over Africa and Europe na US. So our headquarters are in Sweden, but I sit in the African office as the Partnership and Community Outreach Manager. So, hii shughuli nataka Mbogi. That's why I'm here. So nataka, because this event has been so nice, and this is our last day, we have an app that is on Play Store or Apple Store kwa wale wa iPhones. I want us to go to our Play Store. I have a gift for the first 4 people. Search for the first 4 people. Nataka msearch kwa Play Store zenyu. We don't have time. It's an app with a half clock. Imeandikwa we don't have time. So download it, register. The first 4 people to bring me the registered app, niko na gift yenyu. So what we do, we are currently the largest global media platform for climate action. So it's basically like Facebook, but Facebook for watu wa mazingira. So that is where we do. We go there, we share our views, we share our whatever we have in mind, solutions that can work, actions that can work, and also it's like we try to bring together people, like we form a global village. So tukiwa hapo, you will be able to give your views on the SDG week, what happened. So I want us guys to go viral. Hapo kwa hiyo app. So we just take photos of maybe this banner or the banner outside, or take a selfie, post it there, use the hashtag used for SDGs 2006, and post it there. Like, let people know we were here, let people know what we were doing, let people know that Kenya News tuko gangari. Ama aje? SDGs? SDGs? Yeah, so we don't have time. Sindio? Changamke, watu wenye 4 people. Kuna moja? Aha, 1.
Hey, mnapenda gift.
Yes, so, yes.
Those are 3.
Amazing,
One
amazing.
more person.
One more person. One more person.
We don't have time,
guys. So let's continue. Download the app, please, and post whatever we've been doing here. Wapostie, we've been here doing SDGs. Kila mtu ajue tulikuwa hapa. It's around the world, na iko na over 200,000 users. Plus sasa nyinyi. So thank you so much. And remember, we only have one planet. We don't have a planet B. Sindio? This is our home, so we should take care of it. Sindio? Thank you so much.
Makofi kwa Edwin. A better clap, a better clap. Mumesema hamubanduki mpaka hii gift ifike. Edwin. Malipo ya deni ni nini? Wako na yeye gangari, yani gangari. Round of applause to those 4 guys. Musichoke guys. Kuna energy nyingine hapa juu. Wewe mwenye ulituambia poem yenye haina anything inside. How are you and your team? Viva comrade, viva! That is the energy we've been needing. Awesome. So for this next, actually, before this day ends, somebody is going to come up here and tell you, go to this website, apply for this. Na unapata funding in euros, not in Kenya shillings. Na sio stories za jaba. So this engagement is very meaningful. Tell your neighbor, very meaningful. You only need to be attentive, because chakulu kishaikiwa kwa mdomo hauambiwi sasa mama tafuna. Are we together? Mental health is a very important part of this conversation. And I am glad we have that other gender in this room. Because mnasema mwanaume ni kujikaza, sijui mwanaume hawezi sema nini, but I do not want to preempt what the next panel is all about. Let's all be keen. Let's listen to this next part, because we put it in the program, because one way or another, these SDGs also affect our mental health. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we invite Wanjiku to the stage. A better one until she comes. Karibu nimwambia katika, lakini alishatuonyesha moves deadly, mastingo deadly.
Hi everybody. Habari za mcha. Habari za mcha. We kama uko na Swahili yako beta, tumia yako. Mimi niko na yangu. How are we doing? Give me a wave. Give me a wave. Give me a wave. Nitafanya hivi mpaka huwa ameshika simu, wengine ameshika note yake yenye tulimempatia. Hold on to those notes, all right? I saw someone laugh. What did you say? What did your note say, sir? Yes. Sawa. Apo sawa. So my name is Wanjiko, and for this next session, I want us to just take a minute and breathe from the long marathon of the week. I know we've been having a whole marathon talking about 17 sustainable goals, everyone just bringing in their effort to what they've been doing. But most of the times, do we take some time to just think about the people who are doing this work? Sawa? So what this panel will be doing today, they'll help us understand how can impact and well-being both coexist in the same sentence. So do you think well-being and impact can exist in the same WhatsApp group? It's possible, Saha said it. Ni possible kukuwa unapiga shughuli and also ensure that hapa kuwaki moto. Sasawa. So I want you to put your hands together for, when I say together for, you just clap, so that you help me bring the next panel. So we'll be having 3 ladies, and I know Susan mentioned when she began that it is not that we are not gender sensitive. Aisha, please help me pick this up. Wasiseme ni mimi nilipiga iteke itoke hapa. Come help me pick it up, thank you. So it's not that we are not gender sensitive, we think about men, wonderful thoughts. Sawa. It's just that for these particular sessions and engagements, as zingine alikuwa amecommit, alafu tukifika asubuhi wanawa tu wanasema ni aje, shughuli imepatikana. Sini sawa. So put your hands together for, wewe. Put your hands together for, Lydia Wanjiko. Yeah, she comes in with vast experience on trauma, well-being, anywhere you choose to climb from. All right? Put your hands together for, we save on time, together for. Mariam Nivisha Foundation. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Aya. Asante DJ. And lastly, and not least, put your hands together for. Afleen Polycom girls. Akatike, we katika ukikam. Lovely. So what we ask of you is, yes, it's okay, please have your seats. What we ask of you is walk with us, journey with us. If a question comes up, we will do our best to ensure that we have enough time for those questions. But as of now, I want to give an opportunity for these wonderful ladies to quickly, just briefly introduce themselves. It's only better when we hear it from them of who they are, and we will pick it up from there. Welcome, Lydia.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Lydia, or Shiko the Mentor. I am glad to be here. I'm honored to be part of this. Thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. Hi, young people.
Hey, hawakujibu, waulize tena.
Hi, young people. Hello. Thank you so much. So my name is Mariam Yusuf. I am a mental health practitioner, currently practicing with Nivishe Foundation, which is a youth-led organization in Kibra that deals with mental health. Thank you so much.
Habari zenu. Okay, my name is Aflin Yogo. I work with Polycom Girls in Homa Bay, the rural parts of Homa Bay. Watu wa Homa Bay, hi. Hey, nimesema Kiswahili. And also in the informal settlements of Kibera. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Beautiful. Before you put it down, I want to quickly get to this panel. How many have had the discussion around mental health and it really interests them? By a show of hand, it interests you to just think about mental health. All right? How many, if I came to you right now and asked you to quickly just tell us what mental health means for you, you would be comfortable to say what it is? The hands keep reducing. So Aflin, when we are talking about mental health, what does that really mean for Kenya and her youth, all right? And what does it not mean? Because we've grown hearing what it could be, what it could possibly look like, but when we sit here, what does that mean for Kenya and her youth, especially because this is a youthful generation that is sitting here mostly, and also take some time to unbank how inequality, conflict, and all these climate issues and gender issues that we are talking about would play in this aspect.
Okay, thank you, Wanjiko. So for me, mental health for a youth like me and also the ones you have here today is kind of having to maintain that an open mind and also a mind that can persevere through all the pressures that we have every now and then with the work, with all the calamities that we come across every now and then. And that one, I can say, is not a good way of viewing mental health, but it is what it is among our youths right now. And then to talk on the bit of the climate pressures, and also when it comes to any difficulties that we go through, we are always told that be strong, be strong, persevere. So that is what it entails. Like we have the problems that we have every now and then, but we have to be strong for ourselves to ensure that we look for jobs and also ensure that food is on our table and also just ensure that we have the money in our pockets. Yeah.
So you are saying that there's an interconnectedness between all these things that we have to do every day. Just a follow-up question then. Debunk this. What is not mental health?
Okay, mental health is not burnout, and then again, mental health is not pretending to be okay, yet you're not okay. And then again, mental health is not like waking up every day and pushing yourself to go to do that work that you don't feel is heart to heart to you, And then maybe lastly, I'd say that mental health is not being able to speak out about it because you don't have the language to say, this one is not okay with me. So even in those rural areas, like we don't even have that language to call like, this is stress, It can be stress. We say it is stress, but it is affecting you mentally, so you cannot perform well in that work. Yeah, so we don't even have that language to, even right now, to like tell you what is not mental health. Yeah.
Thank you for introducing Mariam, because while the moderator or the MC of today was calling me in, she says, sorry, that men are told we do not cry here, all right? Or men are looking for strong, independent women. Wanaume hoye. Nyinyi ni wale mnataka those strong, independent women. Ni hao mnatafuta? Sio hao. So how does culture and also religion, because I know especially from the Bible, Quran, there's, the place of endurance, okay? Jikaze, all right? So how does religion, culture, norms, sort of shape how we talk about mental health? Yeah. Mariam.
Thank you. Thank you so much for asking that question, because you've just mentioned things that forms our life. Religion is our life. Culture is our life. All these things are our life. And the way it affects how people come out to talk about mental health, I think I can say in two ways. Either it can encourage us to talk about it, or it can force us to be silent about it. And when we are silent about mental health matters, that's where the problem come in. Yeah? So take religion, for example. I don't know if it's just my religion, or you can tell me about it, but even mental health issues are associated with how weak your faith is. So then people will tell you, you don't believe God enough for you to trust him with your problems, yeah? Or they'll call you weak in religion, and then us not being able to differentiate between like a mental health issue and a spiritual issue. So that's spiritual, you and God will sort it out, but then we have professionals that can help with mental health. So that's like religion. Our culture, at the same time, women are told to persevere a lot of things. Young men are told not to cry, the way you're just putting it. And the danger of this is, first, we are dealing with double stigma. Because there's number one stigma of tackling the normal pressures in life, and then you have all this load again with culture, religion, and all these things at your back. So also that makes young people feel like it's just like a survival issue and not like a mental health issue. So it's like when you have a headache and then instead of looking for Panadol, you go and, just do something else. At the end of the day, you won't be able to get help. So if it's a mental health issues, you deal with it the mental health way. If it's a spiritual issues, you also deal with it spiritually, and not sort of just mix both of them all together. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant, eh? Let's pray about it, but also seek help about it. Hello, children of God. Hello, hi, sawa, And why would God give this wisdom to people if he doesn't want us to use it, all right? So I want to allow Lydia to comment on the same. Social norms, culture, religion, how does it, from your work, how do you experience that? And how does it shape how we are talking about it as young people?
Thank you for the opportunity, Wanjiko. There's a lot they have mentioned, and I support what they have said. And one of the things that is really affecting us is, I'll talk of my religion. She's mentioned something about where she comes from. In my religion, there is a way when you're mentally not okay. People will associate you with demons, You are possessed, you need to be prayed for, you need to be, like she has mentioned, you're not serious with God, and you'll be connected to so many things. And the truth of the matter is, mental health, it is not abnormal. You can find yourself there, but it doesn't mean you cannot come out. It's very normal, but how you do or what you do after you find yourself there, it really speaks a lot. Yes.
And I want to quickly send this to the colleagues and friends. When we actually talk about mental health, we need to identify there's a difference between mental illness and mental health. Okay? So when she says, if you find yourself there, if you find yourself with mental health issues, if you find yourself in mental health, that's good, all right? That's a good place to be. But how many think that someone could actually have zero mental health issues? Or who sits here and they think that they don't have any mental health issues? There's one hand. Skiama A. Skiama A. There's another hand. All right? Is there another hand? Ama mnaniuliza, what's the difference? Do you think someone can be fully mentally healthy? Eh? How many for yes? How many for no? Our panelists will help us, and I think Mariam would really love to address that. And as you go there, Mariam, talk about resilience, because we talk about resilience in mental health. Talk about mental strength so that these individuals would know what we are saying, all right? And then how that shapes, because most of the young people who are sitting here are implementers of SDG goals. So we are in processes, all right? We are thinking about systems. We are thinking about structures. And if you speak to a young person, they'd always point out what is not working. So we are always trying to fix issues in the country, which is a good thing for leadership. So talk about resilience and mental health in leadership, and in activism, and in all the work that these people do, but also tell them whether it's possible to be 100% mental health.
That's a very, very interesting question. I think I was very impressed to just hear what people are thinking about it. And it's good that these are youth leaders, they're people who are implementing the SDGs, which means you have a lot of responsibility in our community, right? So even before I talk about resilience, I have a feeling a good number of us don't know what mental health is. So I think I'm going to, do we have people here who are not Swahili speakers? By show of hands, who don't totally understand Swahili?
Uliza kwa Kiswahili, nani hanielewi?
Nani hanielewi? Yeah, so I think the easiest way to put it, I think I've seen like 3 hands.
If you ask in Swahili, nani haelewi Mariam? Umeelewa aje ninauliza nini? All right? But yeah, you can mix it up for the gentleman in the suit. We hope it's genuine.
Yeah, so in a very, very simple way, I think just the way the name is mental health, we are talking about health. So ni afya ya akili. I'll take it home so that we can understand it better. We grow up talking about the physical health because we are taught in school. We get sick, our parents take us to the hospital. So just the way the body can be attacked by diseases, also the mind can go through the same thing. Because we know the human being is made up of the body, we have the mind, we have the spirit. For those who believe in soul and all that, we know we all have this part. Even the spirit gets sick, the soul gets sick, the body gets sick, the mind gets sick, okay? When I'm talking about the mind, I am not talking about the brain. So we have 2 things. We have the brain, which is the physical aspect, can be seen, can be touched. Doctors can, screen the diseases or illnesses associated with it. Can we see the mind? Can we touch it? So how do we know our mind is not healthy? You can only know by 3 things, okay? Your thoughts, your emotions, and your behavior. Because at the end of the day, what you think, your thought patterns affect what you feel. If I sit here now, and then I remember something good that someone said about me, it's just a thought. It's not happening now, but I have those thought patterns. It automatically affects my emotions. You guys will see me happy. If it's a message, I'll start smiling. You'll see joy coming in. So my emotions is affected. My behavior will then be affected. I'll be jovial. I'll be, moving around. So how you know your mental health is not okay is you check what runs through your mind. How are your emotions? How is your behavior? How do you relate with people who are close to you? So the person who raised their hand there and they said they can be 100%, mentally okay, does this then mean that in your thought patterns, there are no days that you're affected? And when we talk about things that are affecting mental health, it can be anything, believe me. You could be seated in a matatu going somewhere, and you needed there by 10, it's 9:50, you're late, what's happening to your mind? You understand? So it's very hard for us to think that mental health can look like her and not me, because we don't relate it to our day-to-day life. But every single person is a victim of mental health. So the only difference is, because with mental health, it works as a spectrum. We have mild, we have moderate, and then there's severe, which now is when the mental, you guys have heard about mental disorders, the illnesses now. So when it gets to that, that's where you hear even people getting admitted, like in Madare and all that. But it doesn't mean that nobody can get there. I can also get there. It only depends how quick do I seek help. Because if I don't seek help, what happens? It keeps on escalating from moderate to severe to now a point where it's now suicidal or all these things. So everyone is a victim of mental health. We all have it. So that's the difference. And I think the second
question was, then, because we are talking about resilience, how many have been told to be resilient? Resilience and mental strength. At what point does this resilience begin to become silencing or pressure? Is there a line we would say this is to the farthest, all right?
Yeah, I think it's also coming to the spectrum that I've talked about. It can start today by you not wanting to talk to people, to you isolating yourself, to you becoming even suicidal. And I think one of the factors is because we are told to be resilient. And I'm agreeing, resilient is a positive trait. Is it a negative or a positive trait? It's positive. You're supposed to be resilient. But I think the problem comes in if we fail to differentiate between resilience and tolerance. So you can be tolerant when you're going through something, and then when you're told, Vumilia, be tolerant, and then you're like, I don't even need to seek help. I'll just persevere. I'll be tolerant about it. And then when you don't seek help, the danger that I've talked about is it gets worse. So I think even when thinking about resilience, let's look at resilience from a point of us being able to snap back after maybe like an adversity, but not keeping quiet and continuing to persevere while not seeking for help, and then it ends up eating us. Just the same way, I like giving examples, forgive me. So today, if maybe you have a headache, and then you're told, be resilient. So then you decide, I'm not going for a painkiller. Let me just stay here because mimi I'm the champion. Let me continue persevere. So young people will associate resilience with being tolerant, and that's where the danger comes in. Not being able to seek help, talking about it, doing something about it. So you're getting all this pressure, you're not doing anything about it in the name of I'm resilient, and then at the end of it, we've lost a lot of lives. In Kenya, I think the statistics right now is 1 in every 4 young people are dying by suicide. And those are only the documented numbers. So you can imagine the ones that are not documented. Because in the society, even in our communities, my family, someone dies by suicide, we hide, we can't say because of shame and other things. So the rate is very high, and I think that's what I would say about it.
Lovely. So how you get, how it's just knowing how much you can handle as a person. And what you've said really, and I like that, is that if you are not doing something about it, then you do not expect anything to change there. It doesn't, I know there are things we are told to give time, but if you continue in some things, then we can get this spectrum going. Because we are talking about individuals so much, I want to shift this discussion and bring it to, because these young people talk about system, they are in communities of practice, all right, and they are in structures. And my next question, which I would like Lydia to give an attempt to, is how does personal well-being, or the lack of it then, all right, show up in leadership and decision-making spaces? What do we begin to see when we do not have well-being, or when we have well-being, when we are leading and when we are in decision-making spaces?
Thank you, Anjiku. One of the things I acknowledge is most of us came from spaces where we are forced to be okay, lead even when nobody cares whether you're fine. And it's important to to acknowledge that even as you're needed to be okay, as a leader, it is important to sit back and check on yourself. So one of the things to note that as a leader, you are not well, it is how you, a well-being leader, we are able to see on how they handle people, on how they are able, their decision making is very sober. You're able to tell when a well-being leader is handling the people they are leading, both mentally, they are okay emotionally, they are okay spiritually, because it speaks a lot about them. When a leader is not okay, their well-being is wanting, they are so much controlled by stress, they intentionally hurt people. And some of these people, it's hard to tell how to handle them, because there is something called masking. They are able to hide themselves behind the title, and when you trigger them, that's when you're able to tell that such a person is not okay. But you can never hide forever. There will be a time it will speak out, it will be seen, what is inside will be seen in your outside. And so your reaction, how you handle people, will speak a lot about your well-being. And so it's important as a leader to deal with yourself, to work on yourself, and to be self-aware, so that you're able to handle the people you're leading well.
That's lovely, and I like that you've started to introduce then. If we have already identified that the pressure we take in from these diplomacy issues, these policy issues, these community issues is going to have an impact on ourselves, all right?
Yes.
So then what practices could be there, okay, to ground our leadership, how effective we can be in leading, how efficient we can be in leading? What are some of the practices that are tested and proven for us to take home? This question, Haflin is holding her mic and asking me. I want to use the mic. Haflin, you can give that a go.
Okay, thank you. We have identified that a leader who is not mentally okay is the one who comes to work with a masked face, and when you trigger it is when you'll be like, hey, this leader doesn't like me today. Hey, leo nao ni ngori, ni mbaya. So you'll be cushioned in a corner, and you're afraid, even if you want to inquire on something, you're afraid to reach out. So I think for me, I feel like a grounded person who is aware of the triggers and also able to speak out when they're not okay is one that will be able to initiate structures of care within that organization. So this person will be able to initiate structures like when do we need to have reflections about ourselves as an organization, and again, when do we need peer support, and again, just understanding the boundaries of different people. You've heard a lot of times when HRs are complaining that the Gen Zs now, they'll tell you, I've woken up, I'm not well, I'm not coming to work. And then when you send them away for doing the wrong thing in the office for even 30-day leave, and then you call them when the leave is not over, they'll tell you, I'm somewhere, my leave is not yet over. So I think when we understand all these dynamics of the people that we work with, and just being so intentional about mental health in our workspaces, that is when we'll realize a lot of potentials among our people, because we'll work freely, we'll be able to speak when it is needed, and also, again, just be free to tell your boss, you know, today I'm not okay, so I won't be productive. And then again, just giving the youths a space of, and also trust on when they work best. So a focus on how well do they deliver instead of when are they reporting to work? Because I'll come to the office when I'm not okay, and then I'll just sit there, watch a movie, and I'll be on TikTok. So when we are intentional to understand each and every person, and when they give out their best, when they're mentally okay, when they don't have that burnout, we'll see a lot of deliverables compared to forcing them to work when they're not okay. So for us who are accelerating these SDGs, we should just sit back and reflect how well do we work, when and where, and also when are we in our best spirits, you know, so that when in that time we do our best. Because an example is me, I work best at around 12 to 3 at night, you know, that is when I deliver. So that, so you don't expect me to report to the office by 9 a.m. You'll be doing injustice to me because I worked for those 3 hours so well. And then again, at our organization, we work with the mentors, you know, the adolescent mentors within the school. So you also have to give them a space to listen to them, because when they go to the schools and also these informal settlements, they face a lot of traumas. So when you just have a dependent session with them, you know, like loving themselves first, because you can't pour from an empty cup. Because sometimes they come to you and say that, today I met an adolescent and I almost cried, but I couldn't cry in front of that adolescent because the story he or she was telling me is so traumatic. So you're like, how well am I going to handle this mentor so that when she goes back to the mentorship session, she's whole again. So for me, it's all about that cross-generational bit, you know, us understanding the different generations and how well do we work, and just ensuring that there are interventions to ensure that we all move at the same rate and also at par. Yeah.
That's beautifully answered, and you're introducing Mariam, because I want Mariam to come in and speak to us about, because you talked about working with mentors, so I'm seeing a structure, I'm seeing an institution there. So then how do we embed collective care and well-being in organizations, in how we recruit, in supervision, because she is a supervisor here to someone. But I want to comment on what you've said about grounding practices, all right? You've talked about being able to create safe spaces. You've talked about knowing your limits and being self-aware as a leader. These are practices that are really going to help you be able to lead effectively and efficiently. You've also talked about reflection times. It is important to reflect as an individual and have reflection sessions as a team. Then it allows us to pour what needs to be poured and process things on the go so that we are not bottling things up and wait for the trigger. So thank you for that, Aflin. So Mariam, you have CEOs, executive directors, programmers, government officials, all right? Embassies in the house, hello? Kuna embassy leo? Embassies, hello? Uko kwenyu umetoka we ni ambassador wa uko. Kuna mwingine wa kutoka kwenyu ushago hapa? Kunae? Na sasa mbona usiseme we ni ambassador wa uko? So we have people who are coming up from institutions and organizations. Then how do now we move to collective care and well-being as part of the system in how we do things, not as an individual thing? Mariam.
Yeah, very, very important. And I think I like what she's talked about, and also the way you're emphasizing is just including care into the systems. Yeah. So this means we are putting it as part of it, not as a spare. I know initially in our organization what we started doing is once there is a case, and sometimes, yes, before it used to be, when there's a very, very bad case, maybe someone has died by suicide at work or someone has broken down, that's when the organization will bring in a counselor to talk to the guys, you know, as a form of what do we do, what is the solution. But I think how we can move forward is to be able to prevent it instead of looking for this has happened and this is what we need to do, to how do we even prevent that from happening? And that's by embedding care into the system. And it's everywhere. So in HR policies, into even recruitment. And one of the biggest questions you can ask ourselves is, even in the leave policies, whatever we are doing in our organization, is this going to improve care, or this is going to harm? And this is in everything. Even people who are here and they are organizational leaders like CBOs, when you're designing your programs back into the community, you look at the program and you ask yourself, is this going to bring harm to the people? Or is this is going to improve care? So I think that's the main thing we can do, being very intentional about it, not looking at it as a spare, the way you're moving a car and then you get a burst and then there's a spare tire somewhere. That's not what we're looking at right now. It's being able to move with it as part of the parts of the whole thing from the onset. Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So look at your organization and how you operate and the programs you have, all right? If it's people who are dealing with, especially those who are at the grassroots level, I keep asking friends, who heals the healer? All right? Okay? Who heals the healer? Because we sit somewhere and your phone would ring, wachana ile ya 9 to 5, your phone rings 24-hour clock, 24-hour clock. And all the things you'd be hearing, we have been told here, they have a direct impact on who you are, whether you are knowledgeable about it or you are not. So it's for organizations to do a contextual analysis and see. Unajua, all the times we would see a guidance and counseling office somewhere in a school, all right, but how effective were they? Because Mariam, you'd find it's the CRE teacher who's teaching, who's taking care of guidance and counseling. So even as we institutionalize this, we want to ensure that we have the right people, equipped people, to deal with these issues, all right? So if you have a psychologist, do they understand the background to which this stuff is working? And it's not only when these people are just saying, I'm not okay, it's continuous checks, as we said, reflection times, reflection spaces. Did you want to add something?
I'd like to give an example before you move to Anjiku, very quickly.
Okay.
So this is something that we do at Nivishe, and I think when people come in, during those benchmarkings and we tell them about it, they're like, these people are joking. But it works for us because we are a mental health organization. So what we do in our organization is every 5 weeks, we take a break as a whole team. Every 5 working weeks.
Ngoja. Ni possible ama si possible?
It's very possible.
Kama bosi yako ako hapa, shukuru amesikia Mariam akisema.
Yeah.
Si ndio?
It really works. Also for the bosses, because as a supervisor, you don't want to be supervising people who are not mentally okay. It's not funny, yeah? I think you guys have the experience. So every 5 weeks, we take for 3 to 4 days, we go home. The office is locked, nobody's looking for nobody, no emails, no nothing. We take a break, we come back together. Very energized to work. Yeah?
Hiyo ni recommendation iwekwe kwa declaration ya afternoon. Si ndio? That's beautifully answered. And I appreciate that, because at times we burn fuel, you burn midnight oil, and then someone still sends you an email at what time does yours come? And it says, where is the report? Where is the report? Wewe kama ulilala njaa, where is the report? I don't know whether you wanted to add something there, but what I wanted to quickly ask the audience, who thinks their note is better than everybody else's at Tusome? If you got a note that you think, hii mtu mwingine haezi kuwa nayo, atusome. Tusome? Yeah. You deserve care, not just responsibility. Truth or false? Truth? False? Hakuna. Wazi. Wacha tukue huku kwa Waefeso. Yes, sir. Uko nyuma. I'm coming to you, dear. Care with purpose and with humanity. I told you when we began, impact and well-being can coexist in one line. Let us not kill ourselves thinking we are the only one who care. We have more people who actually care. We just need to find them. Yellow shirt, beautiful shirt. your ability to listen deeply is part of your impact. That's beautiful, lovely. Okay, so I want us to come together and start think about finishing, all right? Because I want to quickly pick 3 questions. We only have time for 3. So kama yako ni moto sana kama pasi, ni hiyo na kujia. But how do we move forward, looking ahead and build ecosystems? I like that you're starting to talk about institutions, but we were talking about partnership today. How do we begin to build ecosystems that would center mental health in development? All right, as a people, as a nation, and I want us to be very aware of the times we are in, okay? We have our elections coming next year. Campaign period hatujalingi sana because this country is always campaigning, but it's going to get a notch higher as we near the elections. Ni sawa. How do we build ecosystems that can hold the pressure and all these things that are about to come our way as a nation looking at where we are going? This question is free for anybody who wants to go at it. How do we, yes, Mariam ameasha mic, as Polycom.
Yeah. I think what I can say, and it's good that this is a young people forum. I like using the young people name and not youth. It's a young people forum, and what I think the way forward, what we can do is take advantage of us as the youth. We all know that we are the future generation. And I think as much as the society is affected at large, we know that young people, like even a good example is the political unrest that we have in the country right now. Who are the most affected? Who are the people who are there head on to face all these things? It's the young people, yeah? So for us, for me, it's more like asking us to take the responsibility within our hands to be able to, the change that we want to see in our community, we start with it. Young people, we have things that we do that other young people can relate to. A lot of people are not aware about what mental health is. We saw that today, only 3 people raised their hands, yeah? So how can we use our young people way to be able to educate people out there about mental health? There's a lot of people doing podcasts right now, young people doing podcasts. How can we bring in, mental health conversation within the same story, use our own creativity as young people who are in the digital space? How can we use our platform, our ways, and as the same energy and the same togetherness that we had during the political, I think when we first had it, our first Maandamano, we still have that power to be able to make changes in all areas. Yeah? Not just politically, but also in all areas, because young people are very, very, very powerful. I think we can all agree to that.
Yeah. You want to give it a go? Okay.
Yes, I'll add to what she has said, and my take in this is, if me, Shiko, work on me as a leader, I'll be able to raise other healthy leaders, other young people who are healthy. So this is a call to every one of us to work on self, because when I work on me, I'll definitely give the best. There's a scripture, allow me to quote, it says that out of the abundance the mouth speaks. So out of what I feed myself with is what I'll give. So a healthy leader will give out that which they are full of. So it's a call to all of us to work on self, because we'll be able to give leadership that is healthy. The other thing is, when we are leading people who are aware of themselves and they can easily approach us, we'll be able to help people around us so that we help many others who are out there. So basically, it is about self. Me, I'll call all of us to work on us, because what we are will eventually show up. So when I'm healthy, I'll definitely show the healthy me. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. Pigia hii panelist makofi. Tunaendelea vyema, tuendelei vyema. Si tunaendelea vyema. So that's the first burning question. Wisdom, guys. That's the first, that's the second, that's the third. Wonderful. It's all male. So there's a white t-shirt. There's a gentleman here at the back. Thank you, red hat, I see you. And then there's someone else here, checked shirt. Okay? Tukiwa na time nitakam for the next round of questions. But these guys are still around. Just in case we don't get to answer your question, shoot. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So work on self. Work on self. Work on self. So that you're not bleeding on people. All right?
Who was going first?
There's a uko nyuma. Nafurahia kuona maidi huku Mariam. Sasa watu watakuwa napewa leave. Forced leave. Ya 5 days. Yes, sir.
Check. Hi, everyone. I'm Coach Mungai. I'm a fitness and mental wellness coach, and we use fitness as the main intervention against mental health challenges. And I work predominantly with young men. So I'm from Black Roman, CBO. We do corporate wellness, where we deal with corporate settings. We know stress is a big deal. So we do your steps challenge, weight loss challenge, etc. So if you're here and you're stressed, talk to us. But here's my question, or rather my comment. I believe it is quite fitting that there's not a single gentleman in the panel, because this is a direct reflection on how the society treats men's mental health crisis. Considering the fact that we lead in suicide, we lead in violent crimes, we lead in drug and alcohol abuse, and prison incarceration. So, young men, you're on your own.
What's the question, sir?
But listen, just please be patient with me. I would like to encourage every young man who's going through a mental health crisis right now and tell you that fitness is the most immediate and affordable intervention you can do. Brother, piga tizi, piga squats, pray and fast. And from your suffering, you'll rise from the ashes. Jikaze.
I am not dismissive. I acknowledge what you're saying, and I began by saying we are very gender sensitive and we had plans of having men in the panel. And now it's good that I've known you, sir, so that when I am looking for others, when others say I'm not able to, you're able to pull more. Sindio? Usiseme sisi ni nini. But I like what you've said. I have 2 minutes. Please ask your question in 1 minute. Sa is in the red hat and Sa is in the checked shirt. Unaona hata nimepea all male. All male. Wazi, sindio? Go please in a minute, yes?
So,
yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm Sean Shiroko, a psychologist and a licensed therapist. First of all, I'm sorry if I take your time, sorry. I would like to say anyone who said mental health is, you can be 100% free of mental health, you are lying. Not sleeping, having burnout, those are part of mental health. And not being able to go to work in the morning because you are tired even though you slept, that's part of your mental health. So, also, now, my question goes to Mariam. What does your foundation Nivishe do to make mental health accessible in Kibra? Especially because most are the poor community, and we have this notion that mental health is expensive. Sindio? Another thing is also on part of that, but also the same time, make the therapist have a living, because there's that problem of therapists not being able to work, not having a living. Another question, I'm sorry. Also, what's your take in mental health practitioners doing unpaid internships, and how your organization does to help young therapists? What can the institution, now this is the government, do to improve employment for mental health practitioners? And the last one, do you think there's a shortage in male psychologists and therapists?
Asante sana. While you take that microphone to our gentleman in the red hat, I want to quickly ask Mariam to respond to that in less than a minute. But thank you for your many questions. They are wonderful. Hii session ilikuwa inafaa ipewe time mingi sana kama siku mzima. No, the red hat walinua mbele yako. Na atakusemea. Go Mariam. We are
Yeah.
coming, sir. We are coming.
Thank you for the question. So I think
In a
number
minute,
one,
Mariam, yes.
Okay, number one, very quickly, is for the community that we serve in Kibra, we do mental health counseling sessions for free. We only charge a commitment fee to a certain, and then all our beneficiaries are segmented. The person that I'm dealing with in this community is not the same client I can handle maybe from somewhere else all the way to other partners, maybe like in corporate partners. So one of the things that we do is we segment the people that we're dealing with, coming from the poor community all the way to that. And then your second question was on how do we ensure that we pay
Caregivers.
Yes,
those-
caregivers.
yeah.
So also the segmentation also happens it in the same way. So we have two people in our communities. We have volunteers, and then we have professionals that are coming in to work for payment. In our communities, we have volunteers that are happy to support people in the community without a pay because the organization itself is doing that. We use them, yeah? For corporates, we have other professionals that are able to handle that, we use them. So I think the biggest thing I can give you is being able to segment your... Yeah.
Weka mikakati, jua ni nani anaweza lipa, nani hawezi lipa, na ni wapi huyu atalipiwa na nani. Sir, in less than a minute, please.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Amewaamsha.
I will beg you at least forward me even 1 second, kindly, please.
Yeah.
So my question goes to the lady in Buibui. People met a madman on the streets of Nairobi, and they tried to establish the cause of his madness. So they brought a psychologist who said that the man is mad because of stress, and then a preacher who said that the man is mad because of a curse, and then a medical doctor who said that the man has a nervous error, and then a neurosurgeon who said maybe the meninges are not working well, and a witch doctor or a magician who said that the man is possessed with a demon, and a nurse who said perhaps maybe the man has had no food for a long time, he can't function well, and then a traditionalist who said maybe the man did not attend his father's funeral and all that. So which of these people can clearly say that the cause of the madman? And also there's a philosopher who was also brought. The philosopher tried to bring a rational idea of why the man is mad. So I beg you 1 second, kindly, please. To just make a few comments.
Yeah.
My first comment is that because mental health deals also with madness. The word mad means mutual assured destruction. And then we are all mad, only that the percentage varies. Maybe me, I'm 95% mad, and you are 5% mad. And then because, have you ever met somebody who is very clean, he tries to brush his shoes with his fingers? Yes, that's a madman. What are the causes of madness? One is genetical, others are congenital. For example, ladies, if you meet a mad man and he tries to tell you, marry me, know that your children will become mad. And then, because of the time, I may not be able to share, but if I'll be given more time, I'll be giving you maybe some of the most pertinent tenets.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Put your hands together for all our questions. So I want you to realize one thing, all right? This panel was short of men. What the questions have told us is that we have practitioners who are, for us to just agree that it has been a beautiful session. Leaders of today and tomorrow, practitioners, development practitioners, SDG champions. Take care of yourselves. Rest is not what you do after you get tired. It is a component while you continue to work. All right? So I finish with the same statement I had begun with. Your impact in the community has ability to coexist with your well-being. all right? You cannot pour from an empty cup. Your community needs you holy, all right? Wholesome. So please take care of yourself, rest, take time to just jaza kikombe yako so that it's out of the overflow. We've said that when a leader is healthy, they are able to take care of a healthy flock. So thank you very much for your engagement and audience. Put your hands together for my panelists. I'd ask that they stand and we get a photo done. Alafu, kama bado uko na swali tupatane lunch hour hapo nje. Simama tupigiwe picha hapa. Tupigiwe wapi moderator? Mama Africa.
Makofi kwao. A better one, a better one. We need somebody to balance the gender. Who to balance gender? Anyone? Correct. Mtu kama wewe. Alright. Join in. Don't stand behind me. A round of applause to that awesome team. Better hand claps, guys. Better.
With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to how unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. Has a say light in a brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Beautiful smiles. Beautiful smiles. Makofi kwao wasiblash jamani. All right, please come down and sign for us our declaration. Thank you very much. I know somebody knows that song from beginning to the end, but I will not point them. They are seated somewhere. At this particular point, I'd like us to go for lunch. The faster you have your lunch, the better, because we are just coming back to get to hear the declaration. If the rapporteurs wametuandikia stories za jaba, or if what we have discussed for the past 5 days is what they have captured. So kindly let's have our lunch as fast as possible, roughly 40 minutes. We be back in this room, we have the declaration and call it a day. With no much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, may we be up. Tulishaombea chakula, tukaombea janimasis, tukaombea kila kitu. So just as you're standing up, please pick your meal card at the back. Our restaurant is the same. It's not changing on the last day. Walk as fast as possible. The first person to come back, I have a present for you. Post over lunch hour, I have a present for you. Post as much as possible, I have a present for you. To the men who are still seated, mental health is important to us. Please go for food also. Food for body, soul and spirit. Thank you, Almasi, for signing. Awesome. Saseni? Woza. Let me see that energy for finishing. Wozolo. Wagwan. Umeshiba vibaya. Hiyo ndio gani? Top shotter? Oh, top shotter. Wow, guys. All right. Once again, welcome. We want to welcome our able entertainer. Mnakumbuka song yake hata moja ya last time? Mnakumbuka gani? Yap. You guys, nyinyi ndio wale wase. Right. Round of applause to our
Woza. Top shotter. Mbwekse. Adios siku zote. Okay, I'm back again here. So nadai kwa performia leo doba. So idobe naitwa kijana wa Doro. I myself kijana and then my mama naitwa Dorothy. Ni doba kali, si ndio? So I hope DJ uko ready, si ndio? Alafu volume kiasi, si ndio? Nadai watu wabambike. Si hapana kaa chini, si ndio? Sa DJ.
Dafan. Skiza.
Kenyan vibrations. Ni kijana wa Doro nimetoka Ulaya.
San Francisco kwa kina mawaya. Nikishika mic mimi naroga wanakwea wanachona wako iPad mimi niko aya. Kwa mstari wako down na wachuja waritaya. Mistari zao boring zina sound kama kwaya. Doba zangu damu zimeshinda mpaka kwaya. Mistari zangu liet yani moto ya fire. Zina it zina
check. Dafan. Skiza. Kenyan vibrations. Ni kijana wa Doro nimetoka Ulaya. San Francisco kwa kina mawaya. Nikishika mic nina roga wanagoya wanajiona wako ai. But mimi niko aya. Kwa mstari wako down na wachuja waritaya. Mistari zao boring zina sound kama kwaya. Doba zangu tamu zimeshinda mpaka kwaya. Mistari zangu liet yani moto yani fire. Zina it zina trend huko Ulaya. Lyrically odd zina choma wanabanja. Na roga beat wanasema siko sawa. Ndio nimeanza wataanza kunigwaya. Talanta niko nayo Mungu Baba amenipa. Mambo ya muziki ndiyo njia mimi nafuata, najua one day siku moja itajipa. Nashukuru Mungu Baba amenilinda, kijana wa Doro nimetoka Ulaya. Nikishika mic mimi naroga wanagwaya wanachena wako iPad mimi niko aya. Kwa mstari wako down na watu walitaya. Mistari zao boring zina sound kama kwaya. Doba zangu tamu zimeshinda mpaka kwaya. Mistari zangu liet yani moto yani fire.
Yani moto yani fire.
Naombe ya mokoro, naombe ya fadhela. Nashukuru kunilea. Ni gospel nimemaliza kidato nimeingia kwa muziki. Ni gospel ama tuulize Drake. Ni God's grace najituma kutafuta. Ni God's grace najituma itajipa. Ni God's grace ama tuulize Tyler. Jana wa Doro na wakanya wana aya. Skiza flow rhythm tamu kila aya. Zina wabamba mnaimba kila aya. Ukizitaka ni lazima utaaya. Mr. Official nimekuja kama fire. Niko na Lizzy producer ule mbaya. I was popping huyo demana ni mada. Ananimada kijana wa Doro nimetoka Ulaya. Nikishika mic mimi naroga wanagoya wanajiona wako ai. But mimi niko aya. Kwa mstari wako down na watu waritaya. Mistari zao boring zina sound kama kwaya. Doba zangu tamu zimeshinda mpaka kwaya. Mistari zangu liet yani moto yani fire. Twende anguka nayo.
Moto yani fire.
Jackie. Iko aje? So, nadai kuwapigia the last one jo. Hii inaitwa Enemies Are Suffering. Kila mtu anajua kuna ma-enemies, si ndio? So hili inaitwa Enemies Are Suffering, nilitoa challenge ya BN. Hii Enemies Are Suffering. I think mnajua chorus, si ndio? Si ndio? Si ndio? Sa DJ from the top. kata. Volume kiasi. My enemies are suffering. All my enemies are suffering. All their plans have scatter. All my enemies are suffering. Walicheka nimeacha masomo wakaenda kwa waganga waongo. Kwa mziki wanaleta mdomo ya omena, mdomo ya uongo. Wakisafa wanaitaka songa, wana mbele nyuma kisogo wanazidi kusafa mkiona baraka. Niko baraka na jeshi Obama analeta tsunami, adui wanazama. Na wazamisha mbunguni washainama, madui wasinite baba leo niko salute kazi yangu kuachana. Alafu nasema back to sender. Wanauma nikitoa dobo wanasema ni umama, ini ufala. My enemy kwenyu sina ubaya, sina udui, sina uwivu, sina ubaguzi, mimi sina chuki. Baba napiga na rap na passion, mstari zangu cool ziko na caption. Tien kwanza hebu kunywa hiyo passion. Ama poriji, wasisamei, apology. Kuchocho na eta siningoriti, na feel si wadai. Na scatter. Alafu nasema back to sender.
Round of applause. Round of applause. Back to sender. Thank you. Hajamaliza, anapumua tu kidogo, hajamaliza. A round of applause as he's taking his seat. Better for him. Nani anajua jina ya msanii? Pardon? Official gani? Niyo.
Okay. Jina ni Dafan Official. Spelling ni D-A-F-A-N Official. Kila mahali, si ndio? So fika pale YouTube ufanye kazi, si ndio? Shukran.
Makofi Official. Na mukue watu wa true. Muende mufollow Dafan Official. Are we together? Very nice. So next we want to invite one young man. Please make your way here. We have a representation from the PS. In the morning mulisikia PS akituambia natuma mtu. Well, he kept his word and he sent somebody whom will be handing over the declarations. And we just want to bring her at par with what we have been discussing the past couple of days. So briefly, tulisema sio maneno mengi. Which organization do you represent, and what would be your take home?
All right, thank you so much. Comrades power. Comrades ria. Okay, I go by the name Wycliffe. I'm Wycliffe Mbaka. I'm the founder of Go Mental Green Kenya. It's an organization that mainly integrates the 3 SDGs. That's climate change, sustainability, and mental health. Yeah, so our main focus is those 3 SDGs. We are trying to interlink them together, and we are forming a forum whereby it's a platform, like a village, to bring all people in different campuses by having different clubs being registered in different institutions across the region. The approach that we are using is the Eastern region, like across all the regions. So my takeaway home for this particular event, actually I could say it's a wow, because I've really learned a lot, especially the piece which we discussed about yesterday. And today we've talked about partnership as well. And then we've gotten to interact with different people who have given us different opinions on other aspects on the sustainable developmental goals. Yeah, so I think that's all I could say. Oh, and I'm an us. So, yeah.
Makofi kwake. I hope you've heard what he has said concerning the 4 days we've been here. Monday we were discussing the people. Tuesday we moved to prosperity. Wednesday we moved to planet. Thursday was justice, and today is partnership. So at this particular juncture, I'd want to invite the rapporteurs. The rapporteurs will be reading to us our declaration. Asego, please be ready. We'll be calling you up here in a few. So once the rapporteurs are ready, please make your way up here. I think she needs a clap for her to move faster. Continue clapping.
One.
Makofi. Nirasha. Ndio masaa yetu. Makofi. Kuna tu place music ikikuna unapona tunatana kuna bana kuna shon.
Thank you so much. So my name is Lavin Odhiambo. I'm from the Institute of Applied Studies and Research, the last partner on the banner. So very fast, I'll take you through the declaration. We'll be a team. So I was part of the team of the rapporteurs. So Kenya Youth Declaration on Sustainable Development, Preamble. We, the youth participants of the Youth's SGD Week 2026, convened under the auspice of Youth for SGDs Kenya from 20th April to 24th April, that is today, at the Kenya School of Government, Nairobi, representing youth-led organizations, civil societies, networks, innovators, practitioners, policymakers, and multi-stakeholders partners from across Kenya and wide East African region. Recalling the commitments of the member states under the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development, the African Union Agenda 2063, the IGAD Regional Development Plan, the African Youth Charter, and all the relevant global and continental youth development frameworks. Acknowledging the essential and indispensable role of young people as agents of change, innovators, and co-architects of sustainable development. Not future leaders, but present actors whose time to lead is now. Deeply concerned by the disproportionate impact of poverty, inequality, unemployment, climate change, environmental degradation, governance deficit, peace and security on young people, and by the persistent systemic gap between policy commitments and the implementation on the ground. Noting with urgency, the only approximately 17% of global SDG targets are currently on track, and that's Kenya's voluntary national review, that is the VNR 2024, reveals that 17% of national indicators are regressing, with less than 4 years remaining to the 2030 deadline. Recognizing that 5 thematic pillars of the Youth SGD Week 2026, people, prosperity, planet, peace, and justice, and partnership represents both the interconnected nature of sustainable development and the breadth of young engagement across all dimensions of the 2030 agenda. Recognizing at the regional level, the 12th Africa Regional Forum on the Sustainable Development, that is the ARFSD, and the 2026 high-level political forum on sustainable development, that is the HLPF, have identified SDGs 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17 as the focal goal for in-depth review. These goals collectively address the infrastructure, energy, urban resilience, and water security, and partnership framework essential for an inclusive, accelerated development trajectory. Kenya's performance across each of these goals underscores both the urgency and the opportunity of the current moment. Reaffirming the principles of inclusivity, leaving no one behind, intergenerational equity, human rights, gender inequality, peace and security, environmental justice, and sustainable development as the inviolable foundation of this declaration. Hereby, adopt this Kenya Youth Declaration on Sustainable Development as a consolidated evidence-based expression of youth perspective, priorities and demands, and commitments structured across 5 thematic pillars, that is of people, prosperity, planet, peace and justice, and partnership for submission to the 12th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. The 2026 High-Level Political Forum on the Sustainable Development, that is the HLPF, and for the consolidation and the consideration and adoption by the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, IGAD, State Department of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, State Department for Economic Planning, and relevant county government structures. Thank you. Context.
My name is Fiona Motembe, and I'll be taking you the context of this declaration. The state of SDG implementation in Kenya. Kenya has demonstrated notable commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as evidenced by the submission of its 2024 Voluntary National Review, VNR. The VNR reveals a mixed and sobering picture of SDG progress. While meaningful gains have been recorded in specific areas including renewable energy, penetration, mobile financial inclusion, and constitutional provisions for devolved governance, the overall trajectory remains deeply concerning. Approximately 17% of Kenyan SDGs indicators are regressing, and implementation gaps persist across nearly every sector. With less than 4 years remaining to 2030, the window for course correction is narrowing rapidly. B, the position of the young people. Kenya's youth constitute the overwhelming majority of its population. Is simultaneously an extraordinary asset and an acute vulnerability. Young Kenyans are among the most educated and digitally connected generations in the country's history, yet they face structural exclusion from the economic, political, and social systems that shape their lives. Youth unemployment and underemployment remain persistently high. The education to labor market pipeline is fundamentally misaligned. Political participation, while constitutionally guaranteed, is inhibited by high financial barriers, patronage systems, and tokenistic inclusion mechanisms that ensure youth presence without shielding youth influence. The 2024 mobilization by Kenyan youth demonstrated with historic clarity that young people are not passive observers of governance failures. They are active, organized, and capable of demanding accountability. Yet the systemic translation of civic activism into policy change remains weak. The Kenyan Young Parliamentarian Association, KYPA, represents a crucial institutional bridge between youth voices and formal legislative processes. Young people are disproportionately impacted by climate change, water insecurity, energy poverty, urban informality, and exclusion from digital and innovative economies. They are also, as this declaration evidences, disproportionately innovative and solution-oriented in response to these challenges. The gap is not one of ideas or capacity, it is a gap of access, financing, institutional recognition, and political will to include youth, not merely as consultees, but as co-architects of development. Shared principles. The following principles, affirmed through 5 days of deliberation, serve as the common ethical and operational foundations of this declaration, and all the commitments, demands, and recommendations it contains. The first one is, leave no one behind. Nothing for us without us. From dialogue to action. Evidence-based governance. Intergenerational equity and environmental justice. Structural transformation over incremental reform. Integrity and anti-corruption. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Proscovia and I'll be taking you through the actual declaration. So A, we have the regional bodies, that is AU, IGAD, ELA, and ARFSD. So point number 1, institutionalize youth core decision mechanisms, embedded structures, youth representation with voting and decision-making power in all regional governance, climate, peace, and SDG platforms, moving beyond constitutionalization to formal core governance. Number 2, we have strengthened regional policy harmonization and peer learning, establish an sorry for that, establish an integrated regional platform for sharing data system, policy innovations, and accountability tools on youth inclusive SDG implementation with Agenda 2063 alignment. Point number 3, embed binding follow-up and accountability frameworks. For this, ensure all regional declarations and forums include time-bound commitments, measurable targets, and public tracked implementation mechanism linked to youth priorities. Number 4, we have expand equitable and decentralized climate finance access, promote simplified, youth-accessible climate financing mechanisms that directly support grassroots innovations and align regional climate frameworks with local resilient actions. Point number 5, we have safeguard civic space and digital inclusion, develop responsible traditional standards for protecting youth civic participation, ensuring digital right educational modules for young people that influence their participation in early warnings and early responses, and election observer missions. We have under national governments, these were the declaration, institutionalized, transparent, merit-based public systems. On this, embed open, competitive, and accountable systems across all public institutions to ensure fair access to employment, procurement, and public opportunities. Point number 2, we have develop integrated national opportunity ecosystems, establish and file real-time national platforms that consolidate access to opportunities across all SDG sectors, include employment, education, training, funding, innovation, and enterprise support, ensuring equitable access for all citizens. Number 3, we have transform education system for future-ready skills. This includes reforming education and training system to align with the current and future SDG needs by integrating digital literacy, technical and vocational skills, entrepreneurship, experimental learning, and pathways to innovation and decent work. And finally, align public financing with sustainable development priorities. Ensure national planning and budget frameworks are fully aligned with the SDG targets, with dedicated, transparent, and accessible financing mechanism that prioritize youth, innovation, green transition, and inclusive development. Number 5, we have strengthened inclusive and participatory governance, institutionalize meaningful representation and decision-making roles for youths and marginalized groups across governance structures. Governance structures, that is peace and security, including national boards, commissions, and SDG coordination platforms. Number 6, we have accelerate digital platforms and inclusion. invest in universal, affordable, and reliable digital infrastructures and literacy to build a digital divide, with targeted inventions for rural and diversified and marginalized population to enable equitable participation in the digital economy. Last one on that, we have localized SDG awareness and accountability system. Translate and disseminate SDGs frameworks, policies, and accountability tools into accessible platforms and local languages to strengthen public understanding, civil engagement, and community-driven accountability. On to county governments and subnational authorities. We have number one, strengthen community-driven resilient systems. Invest in decentralized, inclusive, and climate and shock resilient community system across Kenya sector, such as water, health, housing, and social protection. Ensure active participation of the youth and local actors in the planning, implementation, monitoring, and accountability to improve service delivery and sustainability. Number two, establish inclusive innovation and digital inclusion ecosystem. Develop community-level youth hubs that promote equitable access to digital infrastructures, skill development, innovation, entrepreneurship, and information. These hubs should serve as catalysts for economic opportunities, education, health access, and civic engagement, particularly in underserved areas. Number three, we have institutionalized participatory government and accountability systems. Embed structured, transparent, and feedback-driven participation mechanisms in all public planning, budgeting, and service delivery processes. Ensure that inputs from youth and communities are systematically documented, acted upon, and public reported to strengthen trust and accountability. Number four, we have scale youth and community-led sustainable development solution. Promote and finance locally driven innovations across all SDGs areas, including climate action, clean energy, agriculture, health, education, and livelihoods, by reducing regulatory barriers and expanding access to inclusive financial and technical support for grassroots enterprises. Number five, we have ensure transparent, merit-based access to opportunities, standardized, fair, and transparent system for recruitments, internship, scholarships, procurement, and public opportunities for youth at all levels of governance. Eliminate informal networks, corruption, and political interferences to ensure equal access based on merit and inclusion principles. Number six, strengthen civic education and SDG awareness at grassroots levels. Promote accessible participatory civil education and SDG awareness programs using community platforms, local languages, and youth-led approaches. Focus on empowering citizens with knowledge of rights, governance system, and accountability tools to ensure active participation in sustainable development processes. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My good name is Mohamed Farah, and I'm going to take you through the declaration. Private sector. Number one, modernize and equalize recruitment systems. Adopt competency-based hiring approach that prioritize skills, potential, and diversity over excessive experience requirements, while ensuring all recruitment processes are transparent, fair, and inclusive. Number two, scale structured, paid work-based learning pathways. Expand high-quality internship, apprenticeships, and graduate trainee programs that are fairly compensated, skill-oriented, and linked to clear progression and employability outcomes. Number 3, strengthen youth innovation and enterprise ecosystems. Invest in youth-led entrepreneurship through incubation, mentorship, access to markets, and catalytic financing, with particular focus on high-impact sectors such as green economy, digital transformation, and social innovation. Number 4, deepen education, industry collaboration. Partner with education and training institutions to co-design curricula, provide structured industry exposure, and ensure alignment between skills development systems and evolving labor market and technological demands. E, development partners, in brackets, donors, UN agencies, and INGOs. Point number 1, provide flexible, predictable, and long-term financing. Transition to simplified, multi-year, and adaptable funding mechanism that directly empower youth-led, community-based, and grassroots initiatives, reducing administrative barriers and improving sustainability of impact. Point number 2, advance structural inclusion and gender transformative programming. Support interventions that moved beyond participation metrics to address root structural inequalities affecting young women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups, ensuring transformative and measurable inclusion outcomes. Point number 3, scale and sustain local proven innovations. Invest in the replication, scaling, and institutionalization of successful locally driven models in governance, innovation, civic engagement, service delivery, and social accountability systems. Point number 4, system youth leadership development and global exposure. Fund structured pathways for youth leadership through mentorship, technical capacity building, and meaningful participation in regional and globally policy spaces, platforms, and negotiation. Point number 5, institution co-design and mutual accountability systems. Require participatory design process involving youth and communities in all program cycles with clear accountability frameworks, feedback loops, and mechanisms for tracking the use of local inputs in decision making. Point number 6, invest in data systems and citizen-led accountability. Support real-time, participatory, and youth-driven data ecosystems that enhance SDG tracking, transparency, and evidence-based policy making, including digital accountability tools at community level. Number 7, eliminate exploitative youth engagement practices. Establish and enforce safeguards that ensure fair compensation, ethical engagement standards, skill development, and clear progression pathways in all donors-funded youth programs, eliminating unpaid or underpaid labor discussed as participation. Last but not least, cross-cutting collective action, in brackets, all stakeholders. Point number 1, institutionalize the nothing for us without us principle. Embed mandatory youth co-decision making across all SDG-related policies, planning processes, budgets, reporting, and implementation frameworks. Ensure young people are recognized as equal partners in governance and development. Point number 2, embed robust accountability and feedback systems. Institutionalize transparent, traceable feedback mechanism across all youth engagement processes. Ensure that youth inputs are systematically documented, acted upon, and publicly reflected in policy programs outcomes. Point number 3, democratize access to political and civic leadership. Reduce structural and financial barriers to participation in leadership by capping nomination and campaign costs, strengthen inclusive political financing frameworks, and ensuring equitable access to civic and decision-making spaces for youth and marginalized groups. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jambo. You guys should be smiling. I'm the last one. My M-Pesa name is Lomnyak, but my community call me Olomunyak, but you can call me Hassan. I'll be taking you guys through the youth commitments. We, the youths of the Youth SDG Week 2026, individually and collectively commit to the following: recognizing that the transformation we demand of systems and institutions must begin with our own commitment to organized, principled, and accountable actions. Active SDG participation. We commit to actively and consistently engaging in SDG implementation at all governance levels: community, ward, county, national, regional, and global. Contributing to planning, implementation, monitoring, and review mechanism, we will not limit our participation to international forums. We will embed ourselves in the governance processes closest to the community we serve. Evidence-based advocacy. We commit to advancing evidence-based advocacy by systematically using data, live experiences, and community-generated evidence to influence policy decisions. We will invest in documentations, analysis, and communication of youth realities and solutions, and we will hold institutions accountable to the evidence we produce in this room. Innovation and entrepreneurship. We commit to developing, adapting, and scaling innovative, locally relevant solutions in WASH, clean energy, digital transformation, sustainable agriculture, and climate resilience. We will leverage technology, indigenous knowledge, and community-driven approaches to generate practical, scalable responses to development challenges, and we will actively seek the institutional support required to move from pilot to impact. Social accountability and monitoring. We commit to strengthening social accountability by actively monitoring public projects, tracking budget disbursements, and engaging governance structures through community feedback systems, participatory audits, and civic tools. We will establish youth-led SDG monitoring committees at ward and constituency level within the next 12 months. Coalition and network building. We commit to forming, strengthening, and sustaining strategic partnerships and network across sectors to enhance resource mobilization, knowledge exchanges, and coordinated action for SDG implementation. We recognize that our individual voices are powerful. Our collective voices is transformative. From dialogue to action. We commit to ensuring that insights, knowledge, and commitments arising from Youth SDGs Week 2026 are translated into practical community-based actions with measurable time-bound outcomes. We will publish a Youth SDG commitments implementation report at 6 months and 12 months from the adoption of this declaration. Civic and democratic engagement. We commit to play our part in ensuring peaceful elections during the 2027 cycle and subsequent electoral processes. In addition, we will organize collectively around clear policy agendas that engage policy and decision-making institutions. And to demanding accountability from leaders, institutions, and systems that shape our lives. I thank you all for coming. I think we are done. I'll just tell you guys, I wish you all the best in whatever you're doing. Receive blessings, love, and prayers all the way from Northern Kenya. And I myself wish you all the best in whatever you're doing out there. May all your dreams and wishes come true. I think I'm the last one.
A round of applause to that team. Better as they take their seats. Okay, wamesema photo. Karibuni. A better round of applause. Simply what they've done, they have consolidated everything. DJ, I know you want us to dance, but pause. All right. thank you very much, our dignitaries, for this particular session. What they've done, they've consolidated all that we have discussed the past 5 days. And if you feel like there's something we've left out, if you feel kuna story ya jaba somewhere, they're still up there, please feel free. DJ, there's a very good song you had put for clapping. I'd like to invite our ED in a special way, because we are coming to the end, and it is none other than Diana that will tell us the way forward. That document, inaenda wapi? Is it being kept in somebody's office somewhere? And we have a special guest in the room today, where Diana will explain to us what happens at this particular point. So DJ, just play that clapping song until Diana gets up here. Karibu Diana. Nawaona, muzidi kumpigia makofi. Aha. Meta.
Makofi. Mirasha.
DJ, sijui nilikukosea wapi. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are tired, but today is the last day, so please let's cheer up a bit. Good afternoon. I'll start by saying thank you so much for dedicating your time from Monday till date, until you've seen the end of the event. I met someone outside and I asked, why are you leaving while we're reading the declaration? Because most of the time you might be in a room, give your recommendations, and then they are not put in the document. True or false? Have you ever experienced that? But also, the only reason why this happens is because sometimes we don't see the process through. You give your opinion and then you leave. When the people are drafting, you're not part of the drafting team. So sometimes they might put their own agenda in the document. So with those few remarks, I want to ask, do we all agree that this is what we have been discussing since Monday to Friday? I need it to be a bit louder. Do we agree that this is what we have been discussing from Monday till date? Thank you for that. So I want to call the team that just read the declaration to please come back to the stage. Your job is not yet done. But also to just give, in a nutshell, where the document is going. It's going to the State Department for Youth. We have a representative, Dr. Rose, who will come shortly. It is going to the IGAD's office, the C1 office, but also the IGAD Youth Envoy's office. This document will also be submitted at the 12th Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development Goals that is starting next week on Monday. The same document, you had the chair of Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, who also committed here in this room that he will take these recommendations to Parliament. So the same document is also going to be read in Parliament. The same document is going to the State Department for Economic Planning, which is where SDGs are domiciled. And lastly, we will also submit this document to the UNDP Kenya office, who also committed to support the recommendations that come from this document. So it has not just been a week of talk, but it has been a week of you giving us recommendations that you feel the decision makers should take keen eye on. So with those very few remarks, I would call the young people who read the declaration to please just come back to the stage, and I would like you to hand this document to the IGAD Youth Envoy, whose flight is in 1 hour. So please just hurry up and then hand it to the IGAD Youth Envoy and Dr. Rose from the State Department for Youth Affairs. Doctor, please, if you could join us.
Better clap for them. A better clap. So this is you handing over the document to Sam from IGAD. If those are not implemented, you know who to look for, because the document is received, right? Thank you. So now,
Sam has to go to the airport, guys. So now please hand over the same documents to the representative from State Department for Youth Affairs, Dr. Rose, who would also receiving the documents on behalf of the PS and the ministry. Dr. Josephine, I'm sorry.
Makofi kwa Dr. Josephine. Makofi to State Department. Another one with our ED. Another one with our ED. Yay, Makofi.
Thank you, DJ. So, Dr. Josephine, please do not leave. Maybe you can just give us a few remarks. Yes.
Yeah, let me pick my.
Okay. All right. So as she's picking her notebook, DJ, please, cheza kama wewe. We need to celebrate this milestone as we wait to receive Dr. Josephine to the stage.
Dance kidogo.
May we be upstanding? It is good. Speakers like these who know the drill. DJ, you know our favorites.
You know, anytime we interact with the youth, we normally dance. Si tunaangukanga nayo?
Kabisa.
Mbona hamtaki kuanguka?
Kabisa. Diana, please come back.
We waka 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 Dokire kanairo gerode daniki Nonginya nderute guomboko Geri guonje kiatia na magoro makwa Mode na mani makisoto Geronje thakoro niwe dance master Yule wa madanza kudonjo Geronje emoko hamwe na gasmairo Nderuta ikinya niende thoko
Piga up burukanga Buruka piga up burukanga Buruka piga up burukanga Buruka piga up burukanga burukanga
We are not dancing.
Piga up burukanga Buruka piga up burukanga Buruka piga up burukanga Akinyota na the room and then
Watu wa two left feet tumewaona.
Yeah, so very thankful. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Majenzi mpo. Nawaona. And for the whole week, really, it has been work. And I want to commend you. Can we clap for ourselves first? That was wonderful. Yeah, I think my name has been mentioned, but somebody decided to nickname me Dr. Rose. I think she has a close friend called Rose, I don't know. Yeah, but it's okay. Yeah, my name is Dr. Josephine Etenyi. I am Secretary Youth Development in the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. I stand here today to represent Mr. Fikirini Jacobs, and of course, we normally add and say the youngest PS in the Republic of Kenya. Is there another one? Any other who is younger than Fikirini Jacobs? Incoming, you see, incoming. I'm sure I interact with Fikirini Jacobs in the morning, and he relates very well with the youth. Ama mmeonaje? Sana, sana. So, interests of the youth are at his heart. And the same case with me. I may not be youth in terms of age, but I'm youth at heart. Si mnajua hiyo kuwa youth at heart? Yes, you should find me interacting with youth in the field. I was once a regional coordinator in Lower Eastern. I know Lower Eastern is also represented here because we have all people from all walks of Kenya, sindio? Yeah, every region is represented. And thank you very much for organizing such a caucus. It is now that we realize that the youth in Kenya are starting to give us solutions to the problems that face them. You are able to discuss issues that are affecting you, and this is very, very commendable. I just want to talk about a few things that are picked. That one of you said that there is nothing for the youth without youth. Na siyo ni ukweli. It is like we'll not sit somewhere in a table and do policies for the youth without the youth. And those are the issues that you are trying now to suggest, that nothing for the youth without youth. And this is what we are calling youth inclusion, and we need to mainstream youth in all aspects of our economy, socio-economic and political spheres in Kenya. We need to mainstream youth. And I want to say that currently, the State Department for Youth Affairs has come up with the youth mainstreaming strategy, which we are finalizing. We have also developed the Creative Economy Bill. And I know I've seen Wasani hapa, and I know most of you are in the creative space. We want to regulate that space so that the youth rights are catered for, so that youth can be able to have sustainable income through their entrepreneurial skills, and of course feel protected by law. Yeah, issues of intellectual property, yeah, we need to cater for that in that bill. So those are some of the initiatives that the State Department has put in place, and we are not yet done. We also have the youth, the creative economy policy, which is also catering for the youth needs in terms of education, in terms of training, and in the creative economy. What policies have we developed? And those are some of the issues that I'm trying to talk about. Now, for the demographic dividend of the youth, we have youth population 70% below 35 years. And we have 29% of youth between 18 and 34 years. That is a very, very remarkable population, which the country needs to get concerned about and see how then do we tap this demographic dividend. And for you guys, I'm appreciating because I see you are giving us solutions. Every time, even as we evaluate the achievement of the SDGs, we evaluate them, and we need to look again and ask ourselves, how much have we localized these SDGs? And does everyone understand the SDGs? For example, I want to pick on the climate change, which really affects a lot of youth in our country. And then how do we mitigate the climate change? I've seen many a times the youth have come up with a lot of solutions to mitigate climate change. They have created jobs to preserve the environment. Ecopreneurship, preserving the environment, ensuring that you are facing the problem head on. And that means you are not seeking, youth will come to you and tell you, I have this idea. Can you help me develop this idea? Can you help me access financing to get this idea developed to actualize what I want to do? I'm sure most of you have heard about the affirmative action funds in Kenya, the Youth Fund, Uwezo Fund, Women Enterprise Fund. Yeah, and youth have got into groups, and they have been able to access that funding. There are youth who have even developed their businesses. They even have a fleet of Nissans. Last year we were issuing a youth with an additional loan to promote, or rather to add to his fleets. Issues of mental health. I am very happy because when I came in, that was the topic, mental health. And I want to tell you that it is not wrong not to be well, right? It is not wrong not to be well, but it is wrong not to seek assistance. It is okay to be unwell, but seek assistance so that you can be assisted. Tuko pamoja? Yes, and many of our youths are suffering quietly, and we would want you to come out. When you are faced with such issues, come out, discuss them, and see how you can be assisted. And by the way, I would want to mention that I am a member of a board called NACADA, which deals with alcohol and drug abuse prevention. And I think you have seen the many initiatives that we are putting in place, the government is putting in place together with the Ministry of Health to ensure that we deal with this problem. And I can tell you from a survey that has been done recently, we find that the youth, of course the numbers could be decreasing, but at a very slow pace. And that means the problems that face our youth, issues to do with unemployment, is what most of you are trying to address in your own small ways. And that we have seen, and I want to commend you for that. You will get guidance from the government, guidance from wherever you want. Friends can help you, yeah? And you'll find yourself sailing through. I want to say that this caucus is very important for us as policymakers in this country, because without your views, you are giving us an evaluation of how far we have gone in the achievement of the SDGs. Where else have we seen this? Is it not happening for the first time? Yeah, for the first time. Could we clap for ourselves, please? Yeah, this is quite commendable for a country whose young people can think of evaluating international commitments and coming up with suggestions. If we look at issues, or rather conventions, like the African Youth Charter, the AU Agenda 2063, and the SDGs, I think I'll say we are on the right track as a country, being helped by young people like you. I was in some meeting where we were looking at where will Kenya be in 2063, and how old will Kenya be in the year 2063? Anyone who knows? From the time of independence, how many years? 100 years. That is where Kenya will be. But we are looking at where, how will Kenya be as a country? Will Kenya be exploding? Will Kenya be imploding? Will Kenya be rising? With this kind of minds that we have today, what do you think? Kenya will be rising, right? Kenya will be rising. And so I want us to put our efforts together. Policymakers, the young, the old, let us work together. Give us the suggestions because you have them. You know, I am dealing with the Gen Z in my home. And many other times I'm being challenged. Hey, mom, let us do this. What you are doing is not right. So this is the way to go. And I just laugh and I tell them, let us go that way. And when I implement that, I find it's working. It's working. So I want to commend the courage that you guys have taken. You guys have taken great courage. You are giving us what it takes to move our country to the next level. And thank you very much for that. I would also want to talk about issues to do with the creation of jobs, which you have already, I think it has been a concern in the whole country. How do we create jobs for the youth? But we are saying, and we say that youth should not be job seekers. They should actually be job creators. And I want just to mention 2 programs that we have implemented, which have made the low-level youth, and I'm calling them low-level because these youth have been, they've not gone beyond Form 4. Siku now. And you have heard about the Nyota project? Yes, the Nyota project is empowering such youth with skills, with knowledge, and also giving some grants to enable them start their small businesses. It has worked. It worked with the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project. That was some 5 years ago. So we are now working with this and trying to see how it is going to benefit our youth. That aside, there are also many other initiatives that the government is trying to put in place to address youth issues. But I want to say, and of much emphasis is the youth mainstreaming strategy and guidelines, which will help not only youth at the national level, but youth at the county levels, where we ensure that even within the county governments, we are getting youth issues addressed, politically, socially, and economically. Talking about youth, I'm not sure whether you are aware. Right now we have progressed. I know since 2012, the youth, there is something we call the National Youth Council. Si mmeisikia? National Youth Council. How many of you have heard about the National Youth Council? I just want to see by a show of hands. Yes, so what is happening now? Have you heard lately about the National Youth Council? Yes, what have you heard? Elections. Yes, very right. And I know some of you might also be wanting to get to that leadership position. You know, there is the Article 55 of the Constitution. Article 55, of course, informs the government that we should put in place affirmative action programs that empower the youth in terms of training, make youth access education, make them be trained, make them be represented, yeah, and represent as well. Make them also be protected from harmful cultural practices. That is Article 55 of our Constitution. So how are we implementing this article? How are we responding to this article? We have come up with the Youth Bill 2025, which is progressing towards enactment. And this bill is actually going to operationalize the Article 55 of the Constitution and also ensure that youth rights are protected. Because if we do not do legislation for what we are doing, then we have nothing to anchor youth development on. And that's why the government has put in place, and we are continuing to come up with more and more measures to address youth issues. Because if you look at the population of the youth, and any nation that has 20% of its youth at that age of 18 to 35, we call that a youth bulge. So we are now dealing with a youth bulge, and we want to put in measures to see how then do we address the needs of the youth. We cannot completely address the needs of the youth as a government, but the youth will also help the government to come up with solutions so that we can solve these problems together. And that is why you've decided to bring such a caucus, so that you can talk, you can speak to each other. I'm just imagining what has been happening for the last 5 days. It has been great, right? I know you've also networked, right? Because here we are youth, really young blood. You've also networked a lot. I know different regions meeting together. You know, at one point in life, you might find somebody saying, hey, I met my husband at KSG, and that is where we started it. Ama, yi mnafikiria tu mambo ya kuachieve the SDGs peke yake? Peke yake? No, people network, People network, so don't be so serious on the SDGs. You forget that you're also supposed to make friends. Mnasikia? Okay, so maybe as I finish, I would want to mention that I came here with the authority of the PS Fikirini Jacobs, and he sent me to pick the deliberations of this conversation, not necessarily to address you, but anywhere I go, I'll always want to talk to the youth because I value youth, I value your views, and I like interacting with you guys. So you'll excuse me for taking a lot of time to talk to you, but I want to say that I'm honored to have spoken to you. So with those few remarks, I want to say that tunawapenda sana, and we are open to conversations with you and see how better do we drive, do we steer this ship to wherever we want it to go. I want to commend most of you because I hear you are CEOs of organizations. Yes, CEOs of organizations, yeah, directors of organizations. I want to tell you to keep it up and keep pushing until we reach where we want to reach. And I want to tell you, the sky should be your lower limit, not anything else. Lower limit. Don't say the sky is the limit. Hapana. Si mnajua mnaweza enda beyond the skies. Yeah, so never say the sky is the lower limit. Never say. Just say, don't say the sky is the limit. Say the sky is the lower limit for you. Even me, as I stand here, I always tell myself, the sky is the lower limit. I'm not yet done. I'm not yet done. And that is the spirit that we should adopt as youth, that we'll do it until we do it. Okay? Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Be blessed, and let's keep the spirit. Let's keep the fire burning. Thank you.
Makofi. A better clap, a better clap. A better clap. A round of applause as she's taking her seat. Thank you, Daktari. We really appreciate your presence, being here as we are closing. Some 3 words ndio hatukusikia that I officially. Some 3 words. All right, round of applause as she takes her leave. A better one, a better one. Better, better, better. All right. Lavina, you could be making your way down as we are speaking. At this particular juncture, we are coming to the end of this session. But before that, I promised 2 goodies. There's a physical goodie, and then there's another one that brings you opportunity in euros. So at this particular point, thank you, studio. Mumejua mumekuwa mkinita MC. I almost called my mom and asked her, these guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Victoria Adwet, as you can see up there. And I have been your MC at this particular engagement. And because I wouldn't want us to leave this place without something tangible, do we have notebooks? Ama mulipewa day 1 mukatupa. All right. Levina will be telling us something very vital that I'd like us to really be keen on. Also remember, we said we do not have time. Ambia jirani, we don't have time. That platform, go post, go share, have it in your phone so that you can always be updating. Are we together? Isiishi hapa, tulisema hii conversation haiishi hapa, si ndio? One more round of applause to Lavina.
Thank you. Just imagine, I know we are all like, as in, what does she have to say? I really need to go. So I will try to be very, very quick. One thing that was addressed in the morning was funding opportunities. Cindy, we are leading youth-led organizations at community level, and the one thing that we critically need is funding. And I just wanted to give you information about our program. I know I said it before, but it is the AU-EU Youth Voices Lab program that actually gives funding to youth-led organizations explicitly. Funding for community-based organizations, grassroots organizations that are led by youth in terms of all the SDGs and also your priorities. And I also wanted to tell you our funding is going to be open for this cycle in May. So apply. And another thing that I want to mention is the application process is very easy. You see, the thing is, our program has removed that bureaucracy. Ile kitu unasema zin, you have like 3 pages to apply. You see, concept note, proposal, financials, and everything. For us, because it's youth-led and we're targeting grassroots youth-led organizations to mature your story. So we only have like 2 pages to fill. Your idea, your objectives, and what you aim to achieve. And it's very easy. You don't have to be a youth organization that has been in practice for 4 years or 5 years. If you are a youth-led organization that have come into, you're implementing for like the last 3-6 months, you can still apply. If you know that your structures are not strong, still apply. Us as a program will come to you and help you strengthen your structures. And it's open for everyone, every African country. But specifically, because I'm Kenyan, I really want us to get this funding. Please, I want you to apply. And one more thing, please download our app. We have our app. It's called the AU-EU Youth Voices Lab app. You can go to Play Store. You can go to the one for iPhone, Apple Store and everything. You will get the app. And the app has all these, opportunities. We also support young people to be part of policy spaces. If you're doing something in grassroots level, and you know that in a conference, let's say in Burkina Faso that is talking about climate action, we actually support young people to interact there. So it's all encompassing, capacity building, funding, advocacy. So kindly interact with us, apply for that funding, and to be honest, it is just funding for youth organizations at A level. Okay, I think Lisa. Yes.
Makofi. Question. Thank God. You know, you guys were going to those there. She has been sitting the whole day. So there is no rush to leave. There are those traveling. That's why we are closing this session. But Levina is still around. Please go ask her all the questions you want to know. This is that opportunity. And she'll tell you, please. When she was here during the discussion, she said, localize. Please don't go and look for issues that exist in the internet. Those issues in your community. Just do it raw and euros. Next time tukikuita pambele utakuwa unatrying unasema, hi guys. You know, I only operate in euros. All right. Next, I'd like to invite one more person. Tumekuwa na wanamuziki, tumekuwa na talent. And there is something that was said up here within the 4 days that youth need to be nurtured into leadership positions. And there's no better day than to introduce this particular person who went beyond and wrote a book on youth and leadership. And he is a young person who has actually been in leadership positions. Round of applause to none other than to comrade. Tupigie comrade makofi. You'll know why we are calling him comrade. The rule is that you have to dance as you're coming. You better.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Comrade Albert Maloba. Once again, we have been part and parcel of this activity from the University Student Leaders Association, where I happen to serve the Comrade Fraternity as the CEO of that organization. For the first time, a legally registered union for the students. Fadhali tujipigie makofi. Comrade the house, comrades power, comrades power. The wise man once said, comrade wisdom, comrades wisdom, comrades wisdom. That indeed, when you see, and I think that gentleman, I think we need to give a round of applause to that gentleman. Comrade, I just saved you as comrade, the man in the red cap. He gave us a very tangible, wise statement today in the morning. Who remembers the wisdom that he said? Who remembers the wisdom that he said? Anyone? I have a gift for you. If you remember any wise statement that he said. Yes.
Hello guys. He said that everyone is mad. What varies is the percentage of madness.
Makofi. Very nice.
I think we have more cups, right? Yeah. For the next one, I think I'll just request it randomly. Who needs this cup? Who needs this cup? Get your the principle of wanting. When you want something, you go for it. Comrades, wisdom. We appreciate you, Bwana Gishuru.
Picture.
Okay. Very nice. Finally, it goes to the book, and I want to share this with a lot of respect to the people who have organized this, that this is a very wonderful idea that has begun, and we want to drive this as a change among the youth. Remember that SDGs are just 4 years before we end the discussion around SDGs by the UN. So we have to put in a lot of energy, and I want to believe that Diana is not around, but a wise man once said that it is only an unserious man who prays in English. So we want to pray that this document will be translated in Kiswahili so that the common mwananchi person can be able to read it, or the common youth at the grassroots can be able to read it. And then it also can be translated in other languages so that we can attract donor, and as we discuss the issues of SDGs and where we're headed. Because this conversation is really transformative. Finally, this book goes only for 1,000 bob shilling. I was president of Moi University, and all the conversation around comradeship, the ones that you know, all of you even in higher learning institutions, yeah, the nights that you spent in the girls' hostels, the times you struggle to find a meal, those who have been in politics in campus, how hard you found it difficult to raise the political positions in your campus. All those conversations are here. It's a very interesting book, and very soon, by God's grace, it's going to get its own place in the National Library of Kenya and in some of the awards that the president happens to give.
Makofi.
So we pray that it continues, and in every comrade, whatever you do, please put it in writing. Today, just as I finalize, that we lack motivation because of the aspect of AI and the aspect of technology. If you can find time and put something down on paper, or whatever thing that you do, if you have a business, register it. The other time when we were in the panel, we discussed, some youth asked here, and I think we need to amplify this conversation to move forward, that despite us just coming and having conversations, let us have those government agencies here to register businesses. Let us have the e-citizen here. There are many young people who don't know how to register even a business name. And yet it costs just 1,000 shillings. You have to log in and register. Your enterprise, you need to register with Micro Small Enterprise Authority and register, say maybe it's an association or whatever, so that it can capacitate you for AGPO purposes. So finally, please name for me any deserving youth who can get this book for free.
They are all deserving. If you feel you are a deserving youth, please rush to the front. Another deserving youth?
There are two more to go.
Awesome.
Okay.
Round of applause as Comrade takes his seat. Yeah, he was here the first.
He was here the first?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
And please give me your reviews. My contact is 0790 69 5670. My name still remains Comrade Albert Maloba. Please, Diana, thank you for this opportunity. I was just saying before you walked in that this document needs to be translated in Kiswahili and French and any other language that can attract funding and can be understood by every youth in the Republic of Kenya. Thank you so much for this.
A round of applause to Maloba. A better round of applause to Maloba. We have come to the final end. Tunamaliza in a special way.
DJ. Kwa fiti. Si ndo tunamaliza sasa. DJ twende. I say go boy. Baby, you wanna take out course. Baby, you wanna press a course. Baby, you wanna love course. Mercedes Benz, I want this coat. Bikon baba, tusimame katikati. Bikon baba, baby, bikon baba. Dia. Let's give it when. I'm a Sonic 10. Baby girl, what is? Nikutaka ina mortgage. Amayandiko na call please ugonge. Kapita pondis. Mungumia shoma jo. Kwa ajili yako na imbo machozi. Mapenzi kwa mkansi. Niko na ijaa kula bosi. Twende ride kwa tap. Ushake kuresi mikaki. Belong na koti. Tuduka wiki hino. Utabaki wa kofi. Cheza joba. Kujua pindu wewe. Kofi ya Diana. Thank you so much. Go by them. Say goodbye.
Please go subscribe to his YouTube channel, listen to his music. We said nothing for us without us, right? So my speech is very short. I just want to appreciate everyone. Let me start with our volunteers who've been with us since day one. Please just stand up so we can appreciate you. Let's appreciate the volunteers, please. To appear Makovi. I want to appreciate my team from Youth for SDGs Kenya. Najua hii kazi rahisi organize event from Monday to Friday. Kina Mario, Eric, Bernard, Ngeno, where are you guys? Wako wapi? To appreciate tafadhali. I want to appreciate, thank you. I want to appreciate our partners who've made this possible. Vile mmeona how the conversations are going. We had partners, different partners for different days, right? And I hope muli network na mulipata value for the discussions. Did you? If you did, please appreciate our partners. Let me appreciate my colleagues from Impact Frames. Kina nani walienda huko ndani waka watch films? Raise your hand if you watched films. Would you want us to do this again? Did you like the films? Were they educative? Is it something you would use in your advocacy work at community level? So let me appreciate my colleagues from Impact Frames. Kina Filmmakers Hangout, Tunga Media Africa, na kina Youth for SDGs. Nani sija appreciate? To appreciate MC. Let's appreciate the MC, please. But also special recognition to the rapporteurs. In fact, our hype man, nakupea gift after this, nitafute. Let's appreciate ourselves, please. Hiyo si kujiappreciate. Tujiappreciate vizuri. Thank you very much for coming. Youth for SDGs operate as a network. As you've heard, we had people from different counties. Those are our network members. So if you do wish to register your organization to be part of our network and walk this journey together, please look for me or my colleague, Marion mwenye anatembea hapo mbio, and please join the network so that we can keep on sharing with you the opportunities that we have. Hii kona haitaisha hapa. I would like to also appreciate the Kenya School of Government for giving us this space. Let's appreciate KSG, please. Last but not least, allow me to appreciate the team that will make sure to go live. Tunawangaliwa kama TV on YouTube, Zoom, Facebook. The tech team pale nyuma, let's appreciate them, please. But also let's appreciate our sign language interpreter, Sijua ameenda wapi, but she's been with us since Monday, and I would like to really appreciate her. No, ukisign unafanya hivi. Let's appreciate her, please. Perfect. So anyway, thank you for your time. I enjoyed SDGs week. If you'd want us to engage more, we will engage you. We have your contacts. If you haven't joined the WhatsApp community, please do. Some of the recommendations in your Trepiana will follow up. Starting from capacity building on SDGs, someone already told me anataka tuanze kwa SDG awareness marathon at community levels. If you want us to do that, also please just reach out. The translation idea is very good. I hope to translate it to our mother tongues as well, not just in Swahili, but also in a language that other people understand. The meeting is closed. You can leave at your own time. Wamesema tujaomba. Whoever wants to volunteer tuombe, please. Kama hujashika mic leo, kuja tuombe. Who wants to yes, please, come and pray for us.
As the volunteer is coming, let's appreciate Diana. The ED for Youth for SDG Kenya. Let's appreciate Diana. So before he prays, let's be up on our feet as we take the national anthem. Let's be up on our feet. DJ, you ready?
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, yote tulinde, tuajibie, tuimarike, umoja wetu, idumu yetu.
Messi Bumlo Handla. Alpin Mai Mata. Saya muda guniro kamano kumudu ching makawoni. Kumanda dayak Maria ko kitgoa ka yudhe Kenya. Akwayo ni kwa pobrika imedo kwa itelnwa irewa duto. Karaka ni yore mar biashara mar tich imed bedo kodwa. Akwayo ni imed gwedho jo youth for sustainable SDGs. Imed miyo girieko kandi imed tegogi. Nikech mae kwayo na nying Ruoth Yesu. Amen.
Clap for him. That language is intertwined with English. Did you hear some English in there? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've called it a day. Please leave your feedback. Follow our social media pages. We'll be doing this annually. Tell us how to do it better next year.
Okay.
Ahimini sana.
Also, kindly, I'm requesting volunteers to help us tubebe vitu zingine hapa. So, kama unajiamini na nguvu kidogo, tusaidie kubeba.
I have someone's phone. If you've misplaced a phone, please see me. If you've misplaced your phone, please come and see me. Tunawapenda sana. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Zawadi. Oh, damn.